never try.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all warmly to the Silver Jubilee celebrations of GS1 India. Before we move into the proceedings of the day, I'd like to just request everyone to please be seated and to keep your mobile phones in the silent mode. May I request the CEO of GS1 India, Mr. S. Swaminathan, to please escort all our esteemed guests onto the dais, the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and the President of GS1 India, Dr. Shrikar K. Reddy. Our special guest, the MD and CEO of Fortis Healthcare, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi. Lieutenant General Manoj K.S. Yadav, Sena Medal, Director General Supplies and Transport and Senior Colonel Commandant. The Chairman, Food Processing Council, ASSOCHAM, Mr. Vivek Chandra, and the former Vice President of GS1 India, Mr. Dilip Chinoy. Onto the dais, please. Welcome once again. As you know, GS1 India is a standards body with founder members comprising the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, FIEO, IMC, APEDA, Spices Board, IIP, and BIS. Affiliated with the parent organization headquartered in Brussels, GS1 is a global not-for-profit standards organization that oversees operations of 115 GS1 organizations across the world. We create awareness and have been providing guidance to the Indian industry and government bodies for the last 25 years on many applications and benefits of GS1 standards. We also provide implementation support for adoption of GS1 standards, and we are really delighted to welcome all of you and have many of you join us physically and many join us virtually as we celebrate this special milestone and share the live feed across many digital platforms. Welcome once again. I'd like to now request the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and the President, GS1 India, Dr. Shrikar Reddy, our special guest, the MD and CEO of Fortis Healthcare, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, the Director General Supplies and Transport for the Indian Army, Lieutenant General Manoj Yadav, the Chairman, Food Processing Council, ASSOCHAM, Mr. Vivek Chandra, the former Vice President, GS1, Mr. Dilip Chinoy, and the CEO, GS1 India, Mr. S. Swaminathan, to please join in the symbolic inauguration of the Silver Jubilee celebrations by lighting the ceremonial lamp. Gentlemen. Just for the benefit of guests who are joining us from abroad, let me explain. It is customary on auspicious occasions such as this to light an oil lamp. Life, the light of divinity, wisdom, intellect, and good work are all manifestations of the symbolic nature of the lamp. Light also symbolizes abundance, prosperity, and knowledge. And by lighting a lamp, we are symbolically bowing to knowledge, and the wick denotes the ego. And when it is lit, we are actually demolishing our egos and other vices. Thank you very much, esteemed guests on the dais. As we welcome you to this special program, we'd like to now take the opportunity to present each of you with special tokens in welcome. And I'd like to request Dr. Shrikar Reddy to please first welcome our special guest, the MD and CEO, Fortis Healthcare, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi. And we've got small terrariums for each of our guests up on the dais. Dr. Reddy, please present one to Dr. Raghuvanshi, one to the Director General, Supplies and Transport, Indian Army, Lieutenant General Manoj Yadav. And one to the Chairman, Food Processing Council, ASSOCHAM, and CEO, Global Branded Business, Mr. Vivek Chandra. May I request Mr. Swaminathan now to please present one to the Joint Secretary, Dr. Shrikar Reddy, and President, GS1 India. And to the former Vice President, GS1 India, Mr. Dilip Chinoy. Thank you very much. The CEO of GS1 India, Mr. S. Swaminathan, has successfully led the business development and industry engagement departments at GS1 India in the last decade, and with 28 years of experience, or rather 30 years of experience in leading sales and project management, channel development, supply chain management, customer support teams for domestic as well as international markets, he hopes to embrace the emerging technologies and build on the digital capabilities to support Indian industries and SMEs meet their trade and regulatory requirements. I'd like to now request the CEO of GS1 India, Mr. S. Swaminathan, to please welcome all our guests and speakers.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to Dr. Shekhar Reddy, Joint Secretary, Department of Commerce and President of GS1 India, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, CEO and MD of Fortis Healthcare, and Mr. Vivek Chandra, Chairman, Food Processing Council, ASSOCHAM, and CEO of Global Brand Business, L&T Foods, Lieutenant General MKS Yadav, Mr. Dilip Chinoy, ex-Vice President, former Vice President of GS1 India, officials from the government, industry leader, and delegates who have joined us physically and virtually across the world. With the uncertainties in the last 2 years prevailing, I'm happy that we could make this event possible. Thank you very much for each one of you for joining us today. Today, as we celebrate our Silver Jubilee, we want to take a moment to cherish our journey of the last 25 years. GS1 was set up in 96. We started our operations in 97, 98 with a very handful of people. And Mr. Dilip Chinoy was at that time Vice President of GS1 India. And in today's context, if we say that it's a startup in 97. So the GS1 India journey reflects the growth of the Indian economy and its place in the world stage. And we are very fortunate that it coincides today, and we are celebrating our journey with India's 75 years of independence. When we started our operations in 97, the objective of GS1 India was a national numbering organization, typically to help the Indian companies to export and issue a identity like your UID of that. And there was no retailing in the country at that point of time, 97, 98. 25 years later, in 2002, organized retail and online commerce occupies a significant share of Indian retail market. Over the years, GS1 has helped the retail sector adopt the global practices from digitization to data integration, from supply chain management to industry collaboration. When I think about the old days, how we tackled each of the challenges and stepped up each stumbling stones, it really fills me with pride and satisfaction. Over the years, we have enabled organizations to solve the challenges through adoption of global best practices and have generated great trust and goodwill in the process of working together. Companies who fiercely compete in the marketplace come on collaborative platforms that we create for the industries to address through the various work streams and to solve their supply chain challenges. Today's gathering is a testimony to that. In today's highly interconnected world, the digitization of product data plays a very, very important role in bringing product to the global market. GS1 India has helped thousands of companies, especially the SMEs, to expand the market reach today across the modern trade, e-marketplaces, and also across overseas and market. If you look at today, digital consumers prefer product with complete information when they buy it on the online, or more about the health and wellness information, details of manufacturing expiry date, and quantities, variant, and other details, product attributes. GS1 India fulfills this industry need and also the Digital India mission with a platform called Data Cart, a national product repository that we started around 5 years back. Today has got around 20 million products. With now getting into the another stack, we have a Data Cart Trace, which enable the end-to-end visibility to a product supply chain journey from point of origin to end consumers. That also helps to bridge the physical and the digital divide. This helps in identifying the bottlenecks and also chances of counterfeit products reaching end consumers and enable smoother return to operations. One of the biggest challenges today is the product data quality. We aim to improve the product data quality by setting up a data center of excellence in collaboration with IIIT Delhi to apply artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other futuristic technologies to develop tools for image compression, data attribute extraction for improving the quality of data. Today, if you look at air, water, similar to that, data is becoming very, very important in the context of it. And especially for the SMEs, which cannot afford for a large, in terms of an application or anything, we are planning to give it as a platform for them. A key enabler for our success over the years is the adoption to the dynamic, fast-changing business environment under understanding of the needs of the various stakeholders. As COVID-19 has impacted businesses across all sizes, disrupted the entire supply chain, similarly, as an organization, it has also forced us to come up with some innovative ways to think, navigate the challenges, cater to the industry needs, and pivot to ourselves to make it more relevant. Our way forward has been keeping the needs of the businesses at the forefront, especially the SMEs, by integrating systems so that smart data can work to bolster innovation across digital and physical. The vision of GS1 India and the GS1 Global is to create a world where every product and location has a unique identity, which enables visibility in the supply chain for a product, similar like any other identities are done. And also to stay focused, be relevant to the changes of our members, and at the same time, reiterating our commitment to our core values and principles of neutrality and interoperability. While for GS1, retail is the mainstay for GS1 India, we always felt that we need to support the standards in various sectors across e-governance, transportation, and logistics, notably the healthcare sector, to achieve better patient safety through use of end-to-end traceability system for drugs and medical devices, and national registries for better decision making. In this journey, we are very fortunate to have many well-wishers, supporters, and guides. I have no words to express my sincere gratitude to the Department of Commerce and other founders, past presidents, vice president, board members, industry stakeholders, various government departments in the center and the state, our parental GS1 Global, and my passionate team who always have been the strength of our organization in instrumental in bringing us where we are today. If I look back the 25 years, I feel we have done a lot of things and it's to cherish. But at the same time, in today's context, if we look and feel ahead of there, we feel that we have a long way to go because to tap the immense potential and be part of the various growth stories. The journey that began 25 years ago will continue with the same momentum in the years ahead with the goal of transforming the way we work and live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swaminathan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you saw and heard him, this day is rather special for the GS1 India team and for Mr. Swaminathan. So I would like to engage with all of you and ask you to please join me in giving the Team India a big round of applause. They've just been working very hard for the past 1 year to get this day happen. So thank you to Mr. Swaminathan and his stewardship. As the CEO mentioned, in a growing world of data, global standards creates a common foundation for businesses by uniquely identifying, accurately capturing, and automatically sharing vital information about products, about locations, assets, and much more. To learn more, we would like to now share a short video on the 25-year journey of GS1 India.
There are some inventions that go on to reshape the world and our future. Today, when we go shopping anywhere, we hear the familiar beep sound of the barcode scanner at the checkout counter. In fact, from the way we shop to the way we pay our bills, barcodes have changed the way we work and live. Since 1974, when a 10-pack of Wrigley's Juicy Fruit Gum slid down the conveyor belt to become the first ever grocery item to be scanned, GS1 barcodes have been transforming businesses across the world by saving time, cost, and reducing errors. In 1996, the Ministry of Commerce and Industries, along with apex trade bodies, set up EAN India with an objective to promote adoption of barcoding standards by Indian industry. It was later rechristened as GS1 India. From 5 employees, it has grown in stature and today employs over 75 people. Soon after its inception, one of the early adopters of standards was Canteen Store Department to manage supplies at unit-run canteens. GS1 India brought together retail stakeholders to address their challenges of common supply and demand chains. This is how Indian chapter of Efficient Consumer Response Movement was initiated in 1999. This started the era of collaborative commerce in India, aimed at working together to serve consumers better, faster, at reduced costs. In 2011, a study was conducted by CII and IBM that concluded that retail sector in India was losing sales and revenue on account of huge product data inaccuracies in their item masters. To minimize the losses, GS1 India launched Data Card Service to improve product data quality between brand owners and retailers through accurate recording and seamless sharing of product information, and hence avoid dependency on crowdsourced data. Over the last decade, GS1 India has initiated several path-breaking projects with inclusion of GS1 barcode standards in healthcare, agriculture, and T&L sectors. The notable ones among these are a PADAS traceability system for exported agricultural produce, implementing FASTag across national and state highways to reduce air pollution and fuel consumption through automated toll collection, Delhi Excise Product Authentication System aimed at curbing spurious liquor, developed Rohini Registry Hospital to minimize insurance frauds, wagon tracking by Indian Railways to increase the transportation reliability, ammunition tracking by Defence Forces, set up national industry forums for retail and healthcare. GS1 India has set up the Data Card Center of Excellence in collaboration with Vidas Labs at IIIT Delhi for developing AI and ML-based tools for improving data quality. GS1 India is pivoting to the changing needs of our subscribers and charging ahead to bridge the physical and digital worlds to improve consumer experiences and safety, make businesses more efficient, and bring industry stakeholders together to accelerate commerce and growth. GS1, the global language of business.
"25 glorious years." Dr. Shrikar Reddy joined the Indian Foreign Service in 2001 and is currently in the Department of Commerce as Joint Secretary. He also heads the governing body of GS1 India as its president. He has earlier served as Consul General of India in Vietnam and as counselor at the Permanent Mission of India to the World Trade Organization. In the past, he's also served at the Consulate General of India at Berlin and Munich. I'd like to request the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and President GS1 India, Dr. Srikar Reddy, to please address the gathering now.
Yeah, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, MD and CEO, Fortis Healthcare, Lieutenant General MKS Yadav, Mr. Vivek Chandra, Chairman, Food Processing Council, ASSOCHAM, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, former Vice President, GS1 India, and also former Secretary General, FICCI, Mr. Swaminathan, CEO, GS1 India, distinguished guests, and also other participants who are joining virtually from all over the world. Good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this Silver Jubilee celebrations of GS1 India as the President of the GS1 India. First, let me congratulate the GS1 Team India led by Mr. Swaminathan on this significant milestone and also for all their efforts in organizing today's event. As you have seen in the video clip, the GS1 India, which has started in 1996 in a very small way in the Department of Commerce, Government of India, now has grown and is working closely with the industry and government stakeholders for sharing their expertise of global standards and supporting the execution of various remarkable projects, as you have, some of the projects were also shown in the video clip. I'm happy that we have Sri Dilip Chenoy, who was associated from the days of the starting of this organization in 1996. So welcome, Dilip ji. Happy that you are participating in this significant event as we are celebrating 25 years of formation of this organization. I'm also happy that this Silver Jubilee celebrations of GS1 India are coinciding with the 75 years of Indian independence. We are celebrating this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, an important landmark in India's growth story. This has been made possible with the efforts of our industry stakeholders and partnership with the government, especially for GS1 India's growth. Friends, as you're aware, India has emerged as the fastest growing major economy in the world and is expected to be one of the top 3 economic powers in the world in the next 15 years. Backed by its robust democracy and also strong partnerships, according to the Global Economic Prospects Report recently released by the World Bank in January this year, the Indian economy was expected to grow 8.3% during the year 21-22 and is projected to grow at the rate of 8.7% in 22-23. According to this report, the growth rate of Indian economy is also stronger as compared to the immediate neighbors. And I'm happy to inform you that India has achieved a milestone with regarding to exports where the Department of Commerce, where I work as Joint Secretary, is concerned with. So we have set a target of 400 billion exports for the year 21-22, but I'm happy to inform that we have surpassed it and we have reached 419.65 billion US dollars. In fact, the earlier highest amount of exports in value terms we achieved was only 330 billion US dollars in 2018-19. So that shows there is a significant jump. And also for the first time, we have reached the milestone of 250 billion US dollars exports in the service sector also. So together, in the last year, we have reached overall exports of 669.5 billion US dollars. So this was possible because of the efforts of all the stakeholders, especially the businesses, the industry associations, the export promotion councils, and also our Indian embassies abroad. Also, I would like to inform that the Government of India has taken several initiatives to improve the economic situation in the country. So, to this effect, to increase the domestic manufacturing capabilities, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, has approved the production-linked incentive schemes for 14 sectors in which India has the potential to become global champions. So the intent of this government is very clear, to make our manufacturing sector globally competitive and thereby making India Atmanirbhar. Also, for this, efficient logistics is a key to lowering costs and also not only enhancing productivity and manufacturing in India, but also to enhance our global exports. So the government recognized this as a focus area and launched the Gati Shakti National Master Plan for Infrastructure Development, which will support multimodal transport and covers economic zones like textile clusters, pharmaceutical clusters, defense corridors, electronic parks, fishing clusters, etc., to improve connectivity and make Indian businesses more competitive. For the exporting community, government has also come up with number of enabling schemes, such as the RoadTep scheme, which is remission of duties and taxes on exported products. This scheme means we should not export our products so that our products can become competitive in the international markets. And also, Government of India is also promoting districts as export hubs. So this initiative is launched by the Department of Commerce. All the districts, all the over 739 districts all over India, so we have identified products which can be exported from each district, and district level export committees have been set up and also export plans have been formulated. So as a pilot, 75 districts government will be supporting to export products from each of these districts this year. And also, you must have read recently that India has concluded FTAs with the United Arab Emirates and also Australia. So government is also entering into negotiations with other countries like the United Kingdom, European Union, the Gulf Cooperation Council, Israel, and other countries, so that our exporters can have better market access in these markets. So I would like to inform that the India-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement will enter into force just 2 days from today, which is from the 1st of May. So UAE is an important export destination. I hope that this agreement will significantly benefit in enhancing our exports to the Middle Eastern countries. Also, friends, digital transformation is the inevitable need of the hour. Today, India is standing at the cusp of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and Internet of Things are reshaping work and industries, including retail, healthcare, transport, logistics, and high-tech sectors. So GS1 India is at the forefront of leveraging these technologies and speeding up digital transformation of its subscribers. Traceability is an important ingredient to bring visibility in supply chain, improving quality control system, and reducing risks. GS1 India is closely working with government and industry sectors to ensure traceability. Like Mr. Swaminathan has mentioned, that they are working with the government, especially for the pharmaceutical sector, along army, railways, the many sectors they are working, even with the government departments also. So GS1 India also facilitated setting up pilot projects with Niti Aayog and UNDP using the GS1 standards and blockchain technology for enhancing traceability. With pandemic disrupting the supply chains of almost every industry and affecting businesses, especially for the MSMEs, GS1 India has re-emphasized the need for digital transformation and paved a way for working like never before. The industry is also fastly adopting new technologies to meet and exceed the needs of the consumer. Retail sector is an example of this. During the pandemic, we have all seen that Indian e-tailers and retailers and also the Kirana stores, they use all the online platforms, social media, mobile apps, and digital payments to ensure doorstep delivery of all the commodities which we required. Also, the government national logistic policy was formulated by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, which will further improve the India's trade competitiveness and also performance in the global rankings, and also make India a logistics hub. It will create a single window e-logistics marketplace and make MSMEs more competitive. Friends, as Swami has mentioned, one of the important sectors which contributes to exports is the pharmaceutical sectors. Also, you must be aware that India is known as the pharmacy of the world. So today, we export pharmacy at affordable rates to all over the globe, especially the poor patients in all the developing countries and the least developing countries benefit from Indian generic pharmaceutical medicines. So GS1 India is working closely with various vaccine manufacturers and government bodies to ensure safety in COVID vaccine supply chain by adopting of global traceability standards. So it brought the healthcare stakeholders together to ensure patient safety. On the international front, GS1 India has contributed to make to development of global strategic plans through its representation at various levels. I think GS1 India has also organized a lot of seminars and workshops, even online and also in India during the past few years, to make contribution to the standards at the global level. So this also gives an impetus to the needs of the Indian industry and ensures that newly developed standards solves common challenges of the Indian industry as well. GS1 India is also ensuring data security by implementing best practices for information security management systems. Friends, with all this, I wish the GS1 India team all the best for its future endeavors. I would like to thank the Board of Management, industry stakeholders for their trust and congratulate entire GS1 India team under the leadership of Mr. Swaminathan. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srikar Reddy. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a short video from the former president of GS1 India, Mr. U.S. Bhatia, who has also been the former representative of India at the World Trade Organization.
I'm really pleased to see GS1 celebrating its 25th anniversary. GS1 is a unique company which performs the vital function of providing a unique digital identity to the products in modern commerce. I was privileged to be the president of EAN India, its predecessor organization, during its initial 5 years. These were difficult years, but we were able to build an excellent team fully committed to the organization's objectives. It makes me happy to see that one of the members of the original team, Mr. Swaminathan, is now the CEO of GS1. I'm also delighted that GS1 has not only lived up to its potential, but also moved on to implement other technologies like RFID. I would like to congratulate the GS1 team as well as its stakeholders for this wonderful landmark and wish them the best for the next 25 years. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, all consumers face many challenges today, as it is difficult to find complete or trustworthy information of products at a single source. In order to make better purchase decisions, GS1 India created a mobile application that provides consumers with detailed and trusted product information through a simple scan of the barcode on the product. While the application helps brand owners to connect with consumers directly with their product information, it also enables consumers to share their feedback or their grievances directly with the brand owners. This mobile app also shares promotions or discounts, product availability, etc., all at one place. So, ladies and gentlemen, GS1 India has developed the Smart Consumer mobile app to mitigate all these challenges that I mentioned and to empower consumers and give them access to detailed product information through the scan of a barcode or by searching. I'd like to request Dr. Srikar Reddy now to please launch this Smart Consumer mobile phone app by clicking on the mouse.
Launching the new Smart Consumer app. To ease the buying journey of consumers with complete, accurate and trusted digital product information, get everything you need to know about a product in your hands. Read customer reviews and check for health and nutrition information. Check product availability across platforms. What's more, you can also get information on best deals and discounts. Know about the source and get information. Buy the beauty product, look for usage instructions, suitable skin types and possible side effects. Make your purchases smarter with Smart Consumer mobile app. Have feedback or grievances? Send it directly to the manufacturer's customer care department. Smart Consumer app, empowering consumers to make the right choice every time. Empowering consumers and transforming the way we work and live.
This application is available to download for Android and iOS platforms. We also will have a standee in the hall where you can scan the barcode to download the Smart Consumer mobile app. Thank you very much, Dr. Srikar Reddy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're really happy to have with us our special guest, the MD and CEO of Fortis Healthcare, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi. Prior to joining Fortis, Dr. Raghuvanshi was associated with Narayana Health for over 20 years, and during his stint there, he served as Group CEO, Managing Director, and Executive Vice Chairman. Dr. Raghuvanshi is a renowned pediatric cardiac surgeon with an illustrious career spanning almost 3 decades, and I'd like to invite him now to please share his thoughts with us.
Good morning. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be here. All the dignitaries here at dais, Mr. Srikar Reddy and Lieutenant General M.K.S. Yadav, Mr. Vivek Chandra and Mr. Chinoy, and of course, Mr. Swaminathan. I was earlier saying that I am probably not the most qualified person to be here because I know the least about this area. But what I do know is that as far as healthcare is concerned, the role of standardization and GS1 standards is going to play a very, very vital and important role. Healthcare is all about outcomes. It's an industry, it also has financial implications, but what is most important is the health outcomes. And the health outcomes are dependent a lot on how the care is delivered. One of the biggest problems in modern healthcare has been errors, medication errors. And that is something which can be resolved very easily by having this standardized technology and standardization in terms of nomenclature and the product information. So building this and integrating it into seamlessly into the systems of healthcare providers is going to go a long way in improving outcomes, patient safety, quality, and that I think is the most vital thing from the vantage point where we see this. At the same time, the supply chain vulnerabilities of modern healthcare were very aptly seen during the pandemic period. In spite of all the preparations, there were huge challenges. So I think that is another area which does get resolved to a large extent. And one of the other important elements in healthcare is trackability and as was being pointed out again earlier, that is one area where this would help in a big way. The traceability of implants, medication, etc. is extremely important, and that is something which has to be done long term. And if that is again integrated into the digital systems of healthcare delivery systems, that would go a long way to improve the outcomes and also making care safer. So I wish all my best wishes for the organization for another 25 years of glorious future. And I think we will keep on finding ways to collaborate further with you as we have been doing in past. And with that, I would like to thank you once again for calling.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raghuvanshi. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a report on developing a resilient healthcare supply chain in India that is aimed at identifying the challenges faced by various stakeholders in the healthcare supply chain, comprising pharmaceutical, medical devices manufacturers, hospitals, online, offline pharmacies. And this report provides recommendations based on global standards and best practices and how its usage can help both the industry and the regulators in the domestic market and thereby improve patient safety. This is a rather important document that will help keep patient safety foremost. So I'd like to now invite the CEO of Canvic and the co-founder of Canvic, Mr. Deepak Sharma, to please join us on stage for the release of this report. And I'd like to request Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi to please release the healthcare report, Building Resilience in India's post-COVID healthcare supply chain, as I request everyone on stage to please hold up a copy of the report as Dr. Raghuvanshi unveils it. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they record this moment. For those of you who are interested in reading the report, it will be uploaded on the GS1 website very soon. I'd like to request Mr. Deepak Sharma. I'd like to request the CEO of Canvic and the co-founder to please say a few words.
Good morning. Distinguished guests on the dais, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's really great pleasure for Canvic and me to have worked with GS1 India on this very timely and relevant report which GS1 India has brought. As Mr. Raghuvanshi mentioned about the role of GS1 India in making healthcare supply chain resilient. What we found that Indian healthcare supply chain.
You can use the clicker, sir, to move the slides. Just point it on the green. Okay, whenever you want to change the slides.
Yeah.
So just, no, this one.
Sure. So Indian healthcare supply chain faces number of challenges, but 5 of them are really important to look at. The fragmentation of supply chain because of large number of players, from the manufacturer to the patient. The complexity because of different type and variety and product proliferation. Opaqueness because of the limited data and connectivity across stakeholders of the supply chain. The way products move to the end user, and all the inefficiencies related to this movement. Now, what we really found in this report, and which is really very important for all stakeholders to see, that half of Indian manufacturers lose over 1% of their sales as a result of all these challenges in the supply chain. And that has resulted into number of issues across the supply chain and the stakeholders, and many of which were identified, but the most important of them were wastage of products because of lack of visibility, and counterfeit and pilferage. So this report highlights the role of government, regulator, and all industry stakeholders, and how they can collaborate with each other to make the supply chain resilient. One of the most important things what we found here is that from the industry side, there is an important aspect to look at 360-degree view of the situation, not just looking at the initial cost of implementing the systems, but the overall benefits which will accrue once the visibility across the supply chain happens. So with that, I thank all of you again, and I wish GS1 India and its team all the best for the coming 25 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very happy occasion, we would also like to share a video of messages that we've received from the GS1 Global Leadership Team from Brussels, Belgium.
And your whole organization, your leadership. I still remember when I visited the GS1 India many years ago, and I had the opportunity of meeting your key manufacturers, retailers, and regulators, and understand the challenges of your country. And the results are impressive. 26,000 users of the GS1 system and over 1 million GTINs in the global register. Really amazing. And looking forward, what the pandemic has shown us is that the world will need the GS1 standards, the GS1 services, because the pandemic has accelerated the transformation, the digital transformation, within your brain, with your passion, with your innovation. I'm pretty sure that you will continue being one of the role models for the organization, for the good of the Indian users, GS1 India, and the whole GS1. My congratulations to all of you.
Dear colleagues from GS1 India, congratulations for your 25th anniversary and for all your contributions to the GS1 strategy. As you know, the global GS1 strategy is to empower industry's digital transformation to ultimately benefit consumer and patients. GS1 India embodies perfectly this strategy, and I would like to mention two examples where you have truly empowered industry digital transformation. The first one is the specific program you have implemented to help small and medium-sized companies going through the acceleration of e-commerce during the pandemic. And the second one is your partnership with vaccine manufacturers and government bodies to raise the safety of the vaccine supply chain. These two examples illustrate perfectly how GS1 can help companies of all sizes in retail, marketplace, and healthcare. But helping these companies today is not enough. You are also innovating for the future. The creation of the Data Card Center for Excellence, in partnership with the Midas Research Lab around AI and machine learning for data quality and image quality, is a perfect example of your leadership moving into the future. In summary, you are a lighthouse for the entire GS1 community in digitalization. A big thank you for that.
I'm grateful to have this opportunity to congratulate the GS1 India board, leadership team, staff, and community on the momentous occasion of your Silver Jubilee. I have had the honor to work with the GS1 India team on many strategic global projects over the years, and I'm grateful for the expertise and generosity they have shown the global office and the whole federation. GS1 India is a strong partner, always customer-centric, always with high standards, always challenging us all to do better and to be better. I have to say that GS1 is better because of the excellence GS1 India has brought to the organization over the last 25 years. I would like to provide a reflection on a recent project that we worked on together, verified by GS1. Over the 3 years, GS1 India has led the way by connecting the data card solution to the GS1 registry platform. I'm not sure if you know this, but in the first hours of the GS1 registry platform in June of 2019, GS1 India was among the first to upload GTINs, showing the world what is possible. Not only was GS1 India among the first to leverage verified by GS1, they are also among the best. Today, GS1 India has uploaded more than 1.1 million GTINs to the GS1 registry platform with 100% completeness and a very high data quality score, thanks to their strong processes and the development of an app for companies to capture product images in an easy way. Once again, GS1 India turned a challenge into a solution. The achievements of GS1 India speak to their inspired vision and expertise, but what is most remarkable to me is the graceful way that the GS1 India team operates, with great humility, customer focus, and excellence in all that they do. I am grateful to have the opportunity to partner with GS1 India on projects that bring value to those we serve, and I am humbled to have this opportunity to congratulate you all on this joyous occasion. Thank you.
Congratulations from all my heart to GS1 India on your 25th anniversary. Healthcare has always been an important sector for GS1 India. When I started at Global Office many years ago, the CEO of GS1 India at that time, Ravi Mathur, was already very much engaged in healthcare, also on a global level, and supported all our global activities and supported global harmonization, which is very important. It has been a true pleasure over all the years for my team and myself to work with the colleagues at GS1 India, including the new CEO, Swaminathan, working with colleagues who are extremely knowledgeable, who are well informed and well connected. And let's not forget, India was one of the countries which moved forward with legislation ahead of many countries already 10 years ago, with a legislation which was requesting that all pharmaceutical drugs for export would be identified with the GS1 data metrics, including the GTIN, serial number, lot number, and expiry date. And that is today the approach which regulatory bodies across the world have taken, mandated in over 75 countries across the world and supported by WHO. GS1 India has helped to implement this with their users, but also with the global community. And nobody who was there will ever forget the 36th Global GS1 Healthcare Conference in New Delhi, hosted and co-organized by GS1 India and Global Office, a true team effort, which resulted in record participation, exciting plenary and breakout sessions, and think tank which was chaired by an Indian official, and a truly wonderful, enchanted networking event which we all will never forget. Congratulations again to 25 years of dedication and commitment, and thanks for all the hard work on increasing patient safety and supply chain efficiency for patients across the world. Let's not forget, safer, more efficient care starts with a simple scan, and you make that happen.
GS1 has 115 member organizations around the world. We create global standards. We even now offer global services to facilitate the adoption of these global standards. More and more do we see one vision. More and more do we act as one organization. We even now speak with one voice, now that we have the GS1 global brand for our marketing activities. And yet, member organizations have a critical local role to serve the local industry in the markets where they operate. And GS1 India has done tremendously with this duality of local and global For example, the people of GS1 India have been very actively engaged to the development of the global standards and to the numerous work groups that we have to develop these. I know that it has been a fantastic 25 years for GS1 India, and I know that the next 25 years will see a further increased role for GS1 India. I wish you a great meeting, a tremendous celebration of this 25th anniversary to all the GS1 India team, the GS1 India board, and the GS1 India stakeholders. All the best.
As I had mentioned at the start, the GS1 India is proud of having facilitated the implementation of food traceability in the Indian Army, and we have with us the DG Supplies and Transport and Senior Colonel Commandant, Indian Army, Lieutenant General Manoj K.S. Yadav, Sena Medal, and I'd like to request him to please address the Assembly.
Mr. Swaminathan, CEO GS1, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, former VP GS1, Dr. Reddy, Dr. Raghuvanshi, Mr. Chandra, and if Mr. Bijoy from the GS1 team is there, and the team members, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a singular honor for me to be addressing people from the industry and the team from GS1. Me and my team, we've come in civils and not in uniform by design so that we could merge with you and you wouldn't think of us as people from some different planet. It's important for me to tell you who am I, what we do, and how are we connected with GS1. I'm a graduate of National Defense Academy, which I joined after my class 11th through a competitive exam. Joined the Army, did some combat service, did all the good things that a good officer should do. That means I did MBA from Pune University. I'm a management studies master from Osmania University. I've done MSc from Madras University, MPhil from Madras University. So I wanted to tell you my academic record so that I'm not taken only as a man in uniform. What I do, the organization that I had is probably one of the biggest supply chain organization that the country has. We feed about 14 lakh people every day without fail. We take care of over 2-3 lakh vehicles, which includes aircrafts, tanks, big trucks, small trucks, motorcycles, and very soon electric vehicles. We also kind of formulate and decide what vehicle should be introduced in the Army, whether it should be electric, it should be diesel, what qualitative requirement it should have. So while telling you, it makes me feel really good and big. So yeah, that's what we do. But what we needed and what we didn't have is also very essential. We have a very huge vendor base. We, as far as when it comes to feeding people, we have a very large number of vendors. Big inventory is about 150, 60 items. We have some big vendors. Some of them are like Amul, Verka, ITC, all the companies of Baba Ramdev, which deal in junk grocery items, Ruchi, and big producers of sugar. And also very small vendors, MSME, MSC, and what have you. Even smaller ones, who don't even fall in any of these categories, from who we do procurement as and when the situation are emergent. We also import lubes, greases and few other products for our aviation assets, for our UAVs and equipment which is ex-import. The problem that we had, there was no way to monitor whether the stuff that we were getting was of the quality that we wanted or the quality which the vendor had assured us he would be supplying. And my predecessor, Jan Thakur, we're grateful to him in my organization. He found he found a company called GS1, Global Standard 1, which would sort out our problems. And since then, we have been associated with them. That was 2019. And I was Jal Thakur's number 2, so I was also associated with them from the very inception. When people in the military realized that something like this could be done, they were really excited. And I had the honor of explaining this whole thing to the Raksha Mantri, to the Chief of Defence Staff, the Chiefs of Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Defence Secretary, all together, all put on one table. And I told them what GS1 is all about. So everybody was very, very excited. So I can say that the Army, I would want to actually put it on record that the GS1 team has contributed immensely as far as our food traceability system is concerned. Transparency, accountability in ration management has been absolutely unparalleled. It further, in one of the discussions, the Army Chief, I wonder if you people are aware, there's a new uniform which has been launched, combat uniform. So we don't want our uniform to be copied by anyone. It's a copyright. So in fact, if you find people wearing Army, similar to Army kind of uniform, we can actually be put in jail. There's a law against it. But the law enforcement in our country is not that strong. So we thought, let's invent another uniform. And this time, we have decided to put GS1 tag on it, so that our uniform is not available anywhere else except in the canteens, and it's available only to people who should wear it, and everybody is accountable. So even our uniform will be, that combat uniform would also have the GS1 tag on it now. Of course, you people are all aware of the ammunition which is also being monitored. So my experience with GS1 team in last 2 years, or say about 3 years, in spite of COVID, no COVID, it doesn't matter. They've been extremely responsive, dependable, trustworthy. People of very high integrity. If they said they would be able to do this, it is done. If we told them maybe you could have a look at it, they would put their full focus and deliver. So that's the kind of experience we've had. In phase 2, we are onboarding our requirement of lubricants and greases, which we also procure, hygiene and chemical items, which we also procure. So hopefully in times to come, maybe. So the time that I've given to myself is 6 months. That within the next 6 months, we should be able to onboard everything else that we've not been able to onboard. So food is done, other things would be done in the next 6 months. My gratitude to Team GS1 and to other people who have not had any experience with GS1, please experience GS1. It's actually fantastic. I'm actually waiting. I would request the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Mr. Reddy, if this is the mandate of the government, that everybody, all the food articles should follow GS1. If that is the mandate, I think we should push and we should go for it. We should ensure that it is made mandatory, compulsory for the entire industry, because finally it's about the health and well-being of the citizens of this country, and bring in transparency in functioning of the industry and people who make these products. Thanks very much. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, General. On our quest to get industry to adopt global standards, there are many individuals who have contributed and supported GS1 India. And today we would like to honor a few of them who are present here with us and some others who could not join us. I'd like to request Dr. Shrikar Reddy now to please present them each with a token of appreciation. And I call first on stage Mr. Murali Nambi from Reliance Retail. He has played a pivotal role in driving the adoption of GS1 standards in the Indian retail sector through his active engagement in various work streams. Thank you very much, Mr. Nambi. Mr. Praveen Posina from Big Basket. He has been an advocate of the use of global standards and best practices in online marketplaces and pioneered the use of validation services. Mr. Alok Kumar Jha from Tata Steel, who's played a key role in driving supply chain visibility using GS1 standards for order tracking and warranty management by consumers. And Mr. Sumit Agarwal from 10 Hub. During his tenure at Walmart India, which is now Flipkart Wholesale, he provided insights on development of data cart retailer platform. Thank you very much to Mr. Nambi, Mr. Posina, Mr. Jha, and Mr. Agarwal. There are many others who could not attend this ceremony, and we'll be sending them their tokens of appreciation. But I would like to mention a few names. Mr. Amardeep Thapar, for playing a key role in development of a national product repository, data cart. Brigadier Asad Sheikh and Colonel Alok Srivastava, for being instrumental in driving the adoption of GS1 standards and traceability service in the procurement of ration by the Directorate General of Supplies and Transport of the Indian Army. And Mr. Tanmay Mehta, for supporting the deployment of GS1 standards in Indian Railways through the RFID-based wagon tracking project. Thank you very much. We have with us Mr. Vivek Chandra, Chairman, Food Processing Council, ASSOCHAM, and the CEO, Global Branded Business, LT Foods Limited. Mr. Chandra is a strategic business leader with more than 2 decades of country and regional GM experience in India and several Asian nations, and I'd like to request him to please say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Shrikar Reddy, Mr. Swaminathan, Dr. Raghuvanshi, General Yadav, Mr. Dilip Chinoy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and to the welcome already accorded and extended by the others, I add my own. We are gathered here on the milestone occasion of GS1 completing 25 years in the country. And let me begin by extending my congratulations to the entire GS1 organization, to Dr. Shrikar Reddy, the President GS1, Mr. Swaminathan, CEO GS1. It was inspiring to hear them speak of this journey. It's inspiring to hear about the journey that India is on, that Dr. Reddy spoke of. And to add to these, the perspectives by Dr. Raghuvanshi and General Yadav on how GS1 is contributing to the lives and to the growth of this nation. It is not just the fact that GS1 completed 25 years that we are celebrating, but the fact that they brought to India technology that has helped India's retailing and manufacturing to transition to a global standard and has helped the industry improve its operational efficiency and supply chain visibility. ASSOCHAM, an Apex Industry Association, has worked with GS1 from the very start and continues to be a partner with them. Recently, ASSOCHAM and GS1 worked together to organize an event to promote role of consumer voice on the theme of Atmanirbhar Bharat, vocal for local, and achieving efficiency in supply chain. And I'm therefore particularly proud to be here on behalf of ASSOCHAM and this partnership between GS1 and ASSOCHAM. I represent ASSOCHAM's National Executive, am chair of its Food Processing Council, and I'm the CEO of LT Foods branded business, the company that makes Dawat Basmati rice, and thus in all these capacities have very deep engagement with what we are celebrating today. The impact of GS1 standard, the barcodes, has been enormous in the growth and profitability of not just the food processing sector, but industry as a whole. From scanning, the basic beeping of the barcode at the checkout counters, and I believe it now beeps about 5 billion times each day across the globe, to the bill generation. That is the most obvious manifestation of what GS1 has done, which the consumers see. However, it is that data which is captured behind those codes that has allowed the gains like efficient inventory management and efficient replenishment, two of the core tenets of the 4 core tenets of ECR, and that has helped manufacturers and retailers work to understand consumer shopping behavior. We felicitated a lot of people today because of this data that they use so that we can customize offerings, so that we can customize products, so that we can customize experiences and create a more productive and a more inclusive economic activity for all. And as we move forward, this technology will become even more crucial for us to be efficient and globally competitive. The Indian food processing industry, which accounts for about 32% of country's total food market, is poised for a massive growth. Several government initiatives, policies, and programs are in various stages of implementation, and that will provide an accelerator to this growth trajectory that we are on. The 10,000 crore PLI will give a massive boost to processed food manufacturing and in creating Indian brands as global champions. The government has a mega food park scheme. As of February, out of 39 mega food parks, 22 are operational, 15 are under implementation, and 2 have an in-principle approval. Government has further created a 1 lakh crore agriculture infrastructure fund to link farm gates to the front end. With this, Indian packaged foods will become competitive globally, and the standards that GS1 promotes will allow for easier inter-geography operability and acceptance by retailers and consumers across the globe. India now has a flourishing e-commerce sector, and online grocery sales in India is expected to increase 18 times over the next 5 years to about $37 billion. But consumers shop across formats, and they need the ability to do so seamlessly, and brand owners, on the other hand, need the visibility of these omni-channel shopping behaviors. This is the new world that GS1 will help us navigate, will help us simplify by codifying it and digitizing it for efficiency and impact. End-to-end value chain management, from the starting point when the raw material is picked, to the other hand, when the consumer holds a product in her or his hands, that is going to be critical in efficiency, customer service, and cost management. In the last 25 years in India, and about 50 odd years in the world, starting from the scanning of that Wrigley's bar in 1974, GS1 has enabled higher efficiency, productivity, safety, and security in supply chains. But supply chains of today have become far more complex, and visibility and transparency of the entire supply chain with confidence on the data being thrown up is critical for manufacturers, suppliers, and logistics providers. The complexity in managing enormous commodity supply chains without technology is not just impossible, but is downright dangerous for businesses. The GS1 standards and data will have to also address the other emerging and future trends. 3 trends that we in food processing are focused on are traceability, sustainability, and transparency. Consumers are getting very conscious about what they buy and what they eat. They need the ability to unambiguously get that information about the product in a very easy manner. The Consumer Smart app that has been launched today is a big step in that direction. Consumers are also becoming more demanding of knowing how the food is grown, where is it coming from. Traceability has thus become a strategic priority for organizations, and not just for enabling increased supply chain quality and supply chain security and safety. And transparency, meaning the visibility and access to accurate information across supply chain, is often an important driver for traceability. As food manufacturers, we also worry about the societal and planetary impact of our business and our actions. We are working on sustainability, and we are working on sustainable agriculture practices. We are teaching those to farmers. We in LT Foods cover over 1 lakh acres, and there are several other agri-input companies which are doing that. The point I make is that traceability today starts at the farm and ends with the consumer. The other big impact of, or the big aspect of sustainability that we worry about is food wastage. There is tremendous wastage all along the supply chain. It is estimated that about 30% of the food grown is wasted. 30%. We need to use technology embedded in the barcodes to trace and eliminate food wastage. I recently heard a podcast with the powerful idea of FIFO, first expiry, first out, versus the traditional FIFO. It is things like these, innovations like these backed with technology that will solve some of these problems. The challenges of the next 25 years will need data to give visibility, transparency, traceability, to deliver actionability, and the role that GS1 will play, together with industry bodies like ASSOCHAM, is going to be the bedrock on which these edifices will be built. So I conclude with again congratulating GS1 on their silver anniversary, and on behalf of ASSOCHAM, give it best wishes for the next 25 years, and let's together solve some of these pressing problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandra. We're delighted, ladies and gentlemen, to have with us the former Vice President of GS1 India, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, for the Silver Jubilee celebrations. Mr. Chenoy was formerly the Secretary General of FICCI and was the Managing Director and CEO of the National Skill Development Corporation. He's been closely associated with GS1 India and, as I mentioned, was its Vice President, but for 2 tenures. And I'd like to now request him to please share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, Rini. Good morning. Dr. Srikar Reddy, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and President, GS1 India. Dr. Raghuvanshi, MD and CEO of Fortis, General MKS Yadav, DG Supplies, my good friend, Mr. Vivek Chandra, Chairman, Food Processing Council of ASSOCHAM and CEO, LT Foods, Mr. S. Swaminathan, I think I was there at a recruitment interview, all the team members of GS1, formerly EA in India. I think, Rini, what you forgot to mention that I was vice president of an organization called EA in India, which was the precursor of GS1. And I also just gave over with my co-terminus term as vice president of GS1 when I was Secretary General FICCI. You know, I actually feel like a parent at this point of time. I was at the point with Mr. T.A. Khan and Mr. U.S. Bhatia when EA in India was conceived. Now it's done a journey of 25 years, it's become adult, and it's really taken off. So congratulations to the entire team, congratulations to the ministry for actually nurturing this public-private partnership and making it, as you saw from the comments from the team of GS1, a globally recognized institution here. I'd like to also thank all the partners. You heard ASSOCHAM, and I think I represented 2 organizations on the board of EA in India was CII, and then on GS1 was FICCI. And all the other partners, APIDA, and everyone who has actually helped them here. To all the stakeholders, many of you have been recognized today. Thank you for your support, and thank you for continuing to support GS1. You know, when EA in India was formed, it's very difficult to believe there was hardly any IT infrastructure. I remember I gave a presentation on the barriers to e-commerce at that point of time. And guess what were the top 2 reasons? Lack of IT, lack of computing power, lack of computers, and lack of connectivity. Today, it's a dream. In 25 years, it has actually changed, transformed directly. And, it was very interesting. There was a parallel body, which is UN EDIFACT. I don't know if any of you will remember this body. Is the UN, it is for facilitating data interchange of organizations. And when I moved from CI to SIM, the first pilot project under that, again it was led by the Ministry of Commerce, was between the auto OEMs and the auto component manufacturers. It didn't take off here, but I think GS1 can take it on really here. Today, as some of the previous speakers have mentioned, we are in a transformation of the IT and the whole technology sphere in the world and in India, whether it is the metaverse or the AI, VR, or blockchain. And I think with the announcement and with the leadership of the Prime Minister on the Digital India initiative, GS1 is actually positioned very nicely to help transform the use of digital systems and processes using things like AI and blockchain across the country, and in making it a leader in this thing around the world. Although the current focus is retail, health, defense, and railways and some other sectors, the future will have many, many more sectors. I would like to compliment you and compliment the President on launching the consumer-facing app here. I've already downloaded it on my phone. If you've not done it, please do it. And you'll see the power of that app actually going in here. GS1 is not only digitally transforming the way you do business. It's actually a tool for helping you do significant business transformation. As you heard General Yadav talk about a simple thing, I was quite struck, 1.4 million people, food, and the number of trucks. I did hear the ammunition story there. So, if you look at your own companies, it's a huge, huge way to actually transform your businesses. I would just make 2 requests of industry. The first is, please get your suppliers and your customers onto this platform. And second, if you find anybody in your ecosystem who is not here, please help them, educate them, reach out to GS1, help them to expand this ecosystem, because it will really help the productivity and of not only your own company, your sector, but also the country. Going forward, ESG, which is environment, sustainability, and governance, are going to be key. Global financing companies are focusing on this. And if you're looking at your boards and looking at your organization, just think how GS1 can help you transform your company and help you ESG compliance. It is something more. It is not just the whole area of digital and productivity and supply chain. I think this is a broader thing, broader actual initiative, and the consumer app will have huge amount of data privacy, data protection, etc. are going to be challenges going forward. I would like to actually once again compliment all of you associated with the growth and development of GS1. For me personally and professionally, it's been a great journey working with them. One very little known fact, and although Rini did mention I was MD and CEO of NSDC, I actually use that technology. It's very simple. To brand each certificate through a QR code that NSDC was at just to go back a bit in history, in 2014-15, we did 4.25 million certifications. And we use this code that anybody could scan that certificate and find out where the person was trained, what was his performance, and all the other data was actually there. It was a huge trust building factor, and it was all because of my association with GS1. Once again, thank you, Mr. President, for inviting me here. Congratulations on being the President in his 25th year. Swami and the entire team that is here, all the very best to you. And we hope that when we turn 50, we have a huge more amount to celebrate. Imagine India will be at India at 100, 2047. So congratulations and all the very best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chinoy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of the inaugural session, and I think it is appropriate that we should request the CEO of GS1 India, Mr. Swaminathan, to please have the last word, as it were.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for coming over here in spite of your other schedule and grace this occasion. This is going to be a memorable and make it more memorable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of gratitude and thanks to Dr. Raghuvanshi, to Dr. Shrikar Reddy, Lieutenant General Yadav, Mr. Vivek Chandra, and Mr. Dilip Chinoy, and Mr. Swaminathan. Thank you, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for the inaugural session. We now take a break for tea and refreshments, which have been arranged in the hall which is adjoining this one, and we'll return in about 15 minutes for the plenary session. Thank you very much. Please move towards the hall for tea and refreshments. Thank you. May I urge those who finished with tea to please come into the hall and take your seats. We're waiting for you to start the plenary session. A reminder once again, if you've switched on your phones, to please keep it in the silent mode. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the plenary session. We have with us several stalwarts from different sectors of retail and industry to share their thoughts on various topics. And I'd like to invite all our speakers for this session to please come up and join me on stage. Mr. Shubhendu Roy, Mr. Ashish Pandey, Mr. Shekhar Nambi, Mr. Shashi Sharma, and Mr. Nakul Pasricha. Please join me on stage and take your seats. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as encouragement for our gentlemen to come up on stage. Thank you very much. We'd like to begin, ladies and gentlemen, by sharing with you a short video featuring the contributions of GS1 standards in retail.
Change before you have to. For any business to grow and sustain itself in the long run, it's imperative to be better prepared for whatever tomorrow brings. With rapid digital adoption, the retail market in India has undergone a major transformation in the last decade. Today, we stand as the fourth largest retail market in the world and ranked number 2 in the Global Retail Development Index (GRDI). With an $883 billion Kirana market, the retail sector has contributed more than $608 billion to India's GDP, employs 8% of workforce and is expected to create 25 million new jobs by 2030. Barcode standards have played a major role in this stupendous growth, bringing speed and efficiency to the retail businesses. Today's marketplaces are highly competitive, as consumers have a plethora of buying alternatives and comparative data available for researching before they buy. Changes in consumer behavior, availability of new and advanced technologies, and shifts in buying power are reshaping the industry's dynamics at an unprecedented pace. The onus lies on retailers to embrace this new reality and raise the bar to meet and exceed consumer expectations. GS1 standards help retail industry in doing just that while creating an omni-channel world. GS1 standards help in creating the digital identity of products and linking it with the physical identity, which is accurate, reliable, and verifiable. This helps in speeding up the retail operations besides enhancing the consumer's experience. Standards form the 4 pillars of growth of the retail sectors, which are generating trust, bringing speed to retail operations, enabling consumer convenience, and revolutionizing the shopping experience. These 4 pillars are transforming the consumer's buying experience by introducing automation in the processes, which in turn ensure that systems are well integrated to deliver a consistent experience. With face-to-face interactions gaining more exclusivity, digital operations are gaining momentum and businesses are running smoothly. Through unique identification, capture, and sharing of information, GS1 standards ensure consumer safety by ensuring unit and batch level traceability and product authentication. GS1 India is working with government departments and other stakeholders to facilitate the adoption of standards by MSMEs so that they can leverage the benefit of booming online commerce and expand their reach. Our efforts in bringing the retail stakeholders together are resulting in the emergence of increase in collaborative commerce, resulting in costs reduction, manpower savings, and mitigating challenges. We are innovating our way to the future. We are the global language of business.
May I now invite Mr. Shubhendu Roy, a partner at Kearney in the consumer industries and retail practice. Over nearly 2 decades, he has worked with consumer goods and retail companies, both industry leaders and new entrants, in 2 main areas. That's driving volume growth in a volatile environment and defending and growing margins sustainably. Mr. Roy will speak on the future of retail post-COVID-19. Mr. Roy.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. It's always great to come to such an audience. Yes, thank you for inviting me. Today, what I want to speak about is kind of contextual, kind of, you can even say, commonsensical, right? But I thought it's good to set the stage before my esteemed colleagues can speak about their experiences.
To move the slides forward. That one.
Sure. So it's a short presentation, but it's a little bit of reflection on what we are seeing consumer behavior moving from what it was till a few years back. Definitely when, let me say, I was a kid. I was going to say we were kids, but it's a much younger audience also. And a little bit about what retailers are seeing, right? So relevant from a post-COVID perspective, some of it would anyway have happened without it. But it becomes very important for us as business practitioners to keep these in mind when we create marketing strategies, product strategies, retail level engagement strategies. So that's the spirit of sharing some of these. So we recently conducted a global study across 7 countries, right, where India was one of them. The objective was to see what are some of the trends that consumers are seeing, and also to see how is India, and for that matter all these other countries, different from each other. 3 interesting learnings emerged, which I want to share today. This is India specific, right? The mass market, which is what India largely is, like leave the premium sector around, the mass market has thrived on 3 key assumptions: value, affluence, and segmentation. What does it mean? Till a few years back, and that's when definitely when I was growing up, right, what was cheaper was more in demand. That's the broad sense of what value means. Affluence was looked upon, right? You would remember even in television advertisements, the Bollywood actors and actresses, the cricketers, and some such known personalities were kind of the North Star, right? Even in our communities, that's what we wanted to emulate. And the in thing from a consumer outreach perspective was segmentation. Whether you talk about SEC segmentation, some companies started doing LSM segmentation. These are different terminologies, but we used to talk about segments. This consumer segment requires this, right? And that's how marketing, supply chain, go-to-market strategies were formed. What we are now seeing, some due to COVID, some in spite of COVID, are a shift happening in these 3 dimensions. So trust is becoming more important than value. So we call it the shift from value to values, right? Take values and trust as synonyms. We heard both these terms from consumers, but when we checked, they were synonyms. The second, instead of affluence, influence is becoming a lot more important. And the third, gone are the days of segmentation. Even within a family, personalization is a lot more important, right? So this is the one message that I wanted to share with all of you, and we'll go through each one of them, that as brand marketeers, as organizations, and the ecosystem as large, we need to think of how can we deliver values, or how can we be associated with values and not necessarily value for an Indian consumer. How can we be more authentic? That's the theme of being influenced, right? And how can we really talk about the power of one? I mean, all of us have experienced food aggregators throughout the pandemic, right? How many of us have ordered food at home where kids are having something else, grandparents are having something else, and me and my spouse are also having something independent, right? That's personalization. Earlier we used to go to a Indian restaurant or a Chinese restaurant, or you're getting the drift of where I'm heading toward. That's just as an example. Now, why this becomes a lot more important for India, the next three charts will hopefully share that. This is the chart which depicts, and these were close to 1,000 respondents for each country, right? So total 7,000 odd respondents. What percentage of respondents are actively looking for brands or retailers that are doing good for the world? What does good for the world mean? It means trust. It means sustainability. You've seen many CPG and retail organizations talking a lot about sustainability. That's just not a good to have thing. That's a must have thing. This is also moving towards the fact that consumers are willing to pay a premium towards brands and retailers that are talking about values, talking about trust, talking about I am good and I'm really good, not I say I am good, right? This chart is to illustrate that this trend is a lot sharper in India. So as Indian marketeers, supply chain, retail practitioners, we need to be aware that value only will not bring customers into my fold. The second point is on affluence versus influence, right? If I were to look at this chart 20 years earlier, very likely that celebrities, colleagues, right, they will have a lot more influence on my purchasing decision. My father bought a Maruti car because he saw some good advertisements and some, his boss would have bought it, right? It's no longer relevant. So look at from an order of magnitude, the Indian consumer is gravitating towards what family, friends, and therefore people whom they can trust are recommending and using. There's a very interesting anecdote. Anecdote is not the right word. An interesting trend that's emerging, right? We looked at Instagram data. It is one of the widest followed social media platforms. Purchasing behavior of well-known brands are inversely proportional to the recommendation of Instagram followers with higher followership. So if a celebrity has 8 million followership and that celebrity is endorsing a brand on Instagram, the sales have actually dipped. Versus if a consumer wants to buy something and she or he is able to see 100 people who have used that brand who are nameless, faceless people, the trust factor is increasing, right? Nowadays, I don't know how many of you are doing hotel bookings using things like TripAdvisor, hotels.com, bookings.com, or whatever, right? Even if you go to a hotel website, there are people whom you don't even know who have written reviews, right? When you buy apparel on these online medium. So the point I'm making is authenticity is becoming a lot more important, and it is, I'm not debating the fact that celebrities are more authentic or less authentic. Unnamed people are more authentic or less authentic, but that trend is emerging. So we have to be aware of this in our brand positioning and reach out to consumers. The third point was segmentation versus personalization. Just some data. I mean, as consultant, I have to show a little bit of data in every chart, right? Net, more than 50% of consumers are saying we want a certain degree of personalization. One of the reasons that Windows as a platform and within that Microsoft Office as a software tool really picked up, yes, it was very easy to navigate, etc., but because the color palette that you see in Microsoft Office is infinity, right? You can pick whichever shade you want to. Okay, it's not infinity. I think there are some 250 into 250 into 250, right? But it gives you the power that I can personalize what I want, right? It's immaterial if you don't use it. 99.5% of the colors that are being used in Microsoft Office are 4 colors. But that doesn't matter. Consumers want a choice of personalization, right? And now when you see, whether it be food aggregators, whether it be paints companies saying you can mix and match your paint, whether it be apparel companies trying to do that, some of the home and personal care and foods companies have yet to figure out how to get the supply chain able to have personalization, which is managing complexity as well as in a profitable way. But that's the next step. So just stepping back from a consumer perspective, I want to leave you with 3 messages. Consumers are looking for values. Consumers are open to be influenced by influencers and not necessarily affluent people. And consumers are seeking personalization. Gone are the days of segmentation, right? We call it the power of one. A little bit about the next axis, if you will, which is retailers. This is just a snapshot. Don't debate the numbers. I'm sure some of us will agree, disagree. But the point is there are anywhere between 12 to 15 million retail outlets in India that sell FMCG product, right? This is some of the proprietary research we have done. Some databases are also available. Each of these retailers have their own pain points, have their own offering to the consumers, right? And GS1 is working with many of them from a product security perspective. But the important point was this is the frame that has got maximum change forced upon it due to the COVID pandemic, right? And as we are right now, there are, okay, I'll just probably come back to this, right? We are seeing 4 shifts happening in retail. The first shift is on demand generation. The second is on profitability. Third is technology, and fourth is sustainability. And if we force ourselves to say what is the topmost behavioral shift that's happening in each of these, right? That's what I've tried to capture in this. So in demand generation, interestingly, omni-channel presence is the key. It is a well-known fact that offline players are trying to get into online, right? It is becoming equally well known that online players are also understanding we cannot be a pure play online, we have to have an offline presence, right? Because what is now well accepted is consumers will choose as and when it pleases her or him. and it is very difficult to predict. Even consumers don't know. So today if I need to buy a shirt, even I don't know whether I will buy it from a branded online store, whether I will go to one of these marketplaces and buy, or whether I'll, let's say, go next door to Khan Market and buy it. I'm just giving an example. I also don't know, right? So nowadays when we are doing researches and when brands are doing researches, the standard market research terminology is not working, where we used to do focus group discussions and when we used to have either a paper-based or an online Google form to fill, because consumers themselves don't know. So there is an observation-led market research. A very interesting research was conducted by McDonald's recently, where they interviewed a fair number, this was more than 10,000, right, consumers across geographies, those who were just walking out of their store, and they asked them, among the various choices of food, what would they want to consume? And they said, we want to consume healthy meal, right? And when they checked their bill, close to all of them had ordered fries, right? That's because the actual habit that the consumer is displaying in the store is not necessarily what my mind is saying. So from a demand generation point, retailers are very clear that we'll have to be omni-channel, and we'll also have to live with the unpredictability that we don't know. We will never know where consumers will eventually shift, because guess what? They also don't know. That brings me to the second point on profitability. We are seeing a lot of wiring, rewiring and re-rewiring this entire end-to-end value chain, right? And most folks that I have now worked with have eventually come to the point that you have to start with an end in mind. It is no longer good enough to say bottoms up what can happen, right? And the best corollary that I can understand myself, right? I mean, I'm a science student, so I find it very difficult to believe that bottoms up will not add to the top down ambition. It's very difficult to believe with an analytical logic, right? But top down does work. And the corollary that I pick up is the game of cricket, right? 40 years back, teams used to struggle to make 300 runs in 60 overs. Now teams are confident they will, like a score of 150 in a 20 over match is like you've lost the match, right? So it's more what target you set for yourself, and it is panning out in an unbelievable manner. If you ask a consultant like me, how is it happening? Honest answer is I don't know. Maybe it's the human drive, maybe it's the kick of meeting that goal, right? And that's what the shift I'm seeing happening to today's context from a retailer perspective, that if I want to reach a certain level of profitability, not reaching that is not an option in a post-COVID scenario, because you have to deal with this consumer demand unpredictability. The third is technology. It is becoming very hygiene. You have to focus on results. What does that mean? You have to figure out what are the business benefits I'm getting from technology, right? There are so many organizations I have seen, and GS1 is at the GS1 is not the organization I was talking about, right? There are so many multi-billion-dollar organizations in India who have said, hey, I had put this SFA device, I had put this thing in my backend, but now I'm just seeing that the middleware is not working. I'm not getting the results that I sought out to be. So just take a step back, invest in getting the business results, and then you'll get the answer. And the fourth is sustainability has to inspire consumer behavior. Link it to my point on consumers want values, trust, etc. It is no longer a buzzword. You have to figure out how to make it happen, right? The sad story is most of the senior leaders in today's organized context, whether it be CPG companies or retailers, have grown up in an era when sustainability was optional, right? And therefore we are seeing a generational shift in this decision making. So that's what I wanted to broadly share. I hope it helps provoke some thoughts from a consumer and from a retail perspective. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. I'd like to now invite Mr. Ashish Pandey, who has over 25 years of rich and exhaustive experience in the FMCG industry and has held senior roles in supply chain across the Nestlé Group. He currently leads the supply chain management function for the South Asia region and is part of the management team of this region. I'd like to invite him now to elaborate on building resilient omni-channel supply chains.
No. So thank you very much, and thank you to GS1 for giving me this opportunity to speak to all of you. So I don't have a presentation. What I would like to share with you, thank you. What I would like to share with you is some of my experiences in managing the supply chain during last 2 years. And we know that COVID hit us last year in March, into 2020 in March and April. So it's been 2 years roughly. Some key learnings that as a team we gathered at Nestlé, and I thought it will be useful for all of you. So the first thing, which is most important, is people. And I personally believe that if you take care of your people, they'll take care of your business. Now why I'm saying this is no rocket science, all of us know this. But when there is crisis, when there's immense pressure to deliver business, when there's constrained and broken supply chains, sometimes we lose that focus. We are more focused upon making sure the processes are working, and we are doing the crisis management day after day. So please take care of your people. Their mental wellness is very, very important. Safety and health is given. And the caring leadership that all the leaders that need to display, please take a lead. Okay? Shubhendu talked about the various changes that are happening in consumer and retail landscape. So I would say that as supply chain leaders, we need to understand this very quickly. And we need to have processes in our supply chain organization to translate the insights that the commercial colleagues are getting from this changing behavior of consumers and customers, and translate into innovative ideas which can be then rapidly deployed. So please take a lead. It's very, very important to stay relevant with consumer and customer needs. I'll give you one example. We sell pasta, Maggi pasta, right? Now, if I give pasta in a packet to a consumer, okay, and I ask the consumers to consume it, yes, they have to, organize cooking and all, and they have to add their own seasonings and stuff like that. But if I give them a pasta kit, which has pasta, which has the seasoning, which has the, all the ingredients that they need to put, and they have to just mix it and boil it and use it. So that's the consumer experience that consumers are looking at. Now, we may have processes in the company to produce pasta and deploy in package formats, but do we have processes to create a kit and deliver to consumers? So that's one example I wanted to give. One key learning that we learned, and that was especially during the first lockdown, when I think the whole nation was shut down for 50 days and we had to recreate and restart our supply chain, is the prioritization process. All of us know our A-class SKUs, all of us know our A-class customers, all of us know where the profit margins are. But at a company level, a lot of times this clarity and alignment is not there. So my request is, please, if you have a list of A-class SKUs, by taking care not only of the profit margin, but also specific channel customer region needs, SKUs which can maximize supply by reducing complexity, SKUs which are easy to throughput across supply chain, priority list of customers, and so on and so forth. If you have that list, please refresh it and sign it off. Because when the crisis happens, you don't have time for doing all this. And a lot of times I've seen companies struggling because we believe in our head that, we know A-class SKUs, but someone will come, stand up and say, no, this format is important for this channel. I've just launched this product 6 months back. You can't deprioritize it, so on and so forth. So for example, in Nestlé, we have around 2,000 SKUs that we sell in South Asia region. we made a conscious choice to prioritize to 25% SKUs during Q2 2020 to maximize supply and reduce complexity. And it worked because we couldn't have focused on all 2000 SKUs. It was easy to focus on those 300, 400 SKUs. And then A-class customers, because if the product supply is not full, then what do you do? So please have that list. If you have that list, please refresh it and please sign it off so that you can execute it rather than simulation for supply, right? We all know that if the supply is not 100% for whatever reason, whatever priority geographies and customers, but when the situation arises, you will realize that that understanding is not there across the value chain and commercial colleagues. So please do a simulation. If your product supply is not 100% for whatever reason, it is 75% for 4 weeks or 6 weeks or 8 weeks. What will you do? How will you prioritize? If it is 50%, how will you do? And these simulations are important so that all stakeholders, including your sales, marketing colleagues and other colleagues, finance colleagues, understand this and there's an alignment. A lot of times we waste time in agreeing on what to do. De-risking and simplifying our supply chains are very, very important. We have seen during COVID that even if we had multiple suppliers in the same region and if that region was locked out, product supply went away. I'll give you an example. We buy some ingredients from Europe for our milk products and nutrition products. We had 3 suppliers, but unfortunately the 3 suppliers were in the country where there was a lockdown and shutdown. So on paper, we had a very good risk mitigation strategy, right? We had 3 suppliers, but all these suppliers were in the same geography. So please think through of de-risking your supply chain, not only from multiple supplier combinations, but also regions. Similarly, for your manufacturing base, if you have one manufacturing unit supplying to the whole country and region, yes, it's not possible to create a backup another unit, but can you do some sort of risk mitigation where maybe you can make bulk product at one place, take it somewhere and fill it, or have import options ready or whatever it is. So please look at de-risking your supply chain from your suppliers to your manufacturing base to your distribution center. I'll give you an example. Another example, in Northeast we have 2 distribution centers. One is in Guwahati and one is in Silchar. And they cover all the 7 sister states. Works perfectly fine. They're well connected with all of our factories. Then this was again in the this was in the second COVID wave. So in the industrial area where the distribution center is there were a lot of COVID cases. So the local administration came and shut down the entire industrial area. And we could not operate out of that distribution center. And that distribution center gives throughput of 70% of my sale in Northeast. It was physically impossible for me to service from Silchar across the 7 states. And then we started juggling our head. Can we do it from Siliguri? Can we do it from here? So please keep that metrics ready. It will save your time. Otherwise, if you're, and it is not only the physical flow, but the transport rates have to be ready. Your suppliers, transport supplier capability has to be there. There has to be redeployment of stocks and so on and so forth. So this is an example where de-risking and documenting and making it ready for execution is very, very important. Sustainability and caring for this planet is a must, and I don't need to explain to you why it is important. So decarbonization of supply chain and moving towards net zero is something which the operation leaders have to lead, right? I'll give you an example. In Nestle, 70% of the carbon footprint that we have in this region is contributed by only ingredients and commodities that we buy. So coffee, milk, wheat, cocoa, and so on and so forth. So 70% is just ingredients. Packaging is 7 to 8%, manufacturing is 7 to 8%, logistics is 5%, and so on and so forth. So we have to take a lead in this journey. And I can tell you, when we started this 3 years back, we had more questions than answers. Today, after 3 years, we have more answers than questions. So you have to jump into it, and you can learn from what the whole world is doing. And please lead this. This is very, very important. Take this opportunity to digitalize and automate your supply chain. A lot of times, we create business cases for automation in supply chain, but those business cases do not have the right paybacks, right? and we are most of the time very financial minded approach that, if the payback is not 3 years or 4 years, it has to be put on back burner because some other investment has to go in. But please think through that if you don't have that digitalization, automation, your business is at risk. So if you have a factory or a distribution center which has 100 people and 50 people are not able to report due to COVID, how are you going to manage that? So change the mindset from payback to business continuity and you will progress a lot. And use this as your competitive advantage. A very simple example, we buy a lot of ingredients and supplies and indirect materials. The suppliers have to be paid, right? So till COVID, we had a very manual way of working, like the bills will come by courier to the shared service center, they will match it and pay. But then we realized when the first shutdown happened, the courier companies also were not working. So then we had to force to digitalize our accounts payable process. So think through that when you are forced to digitalize, you may not find the optimal solution. You do it in a hurry. So why not do it? Similarly, claims and deductions from our customers. We had a manual process because we want a lot of supporting and from our customers. But during COVID, we had to digitalize and automate it. So use this as your competitive advantage where you can streamline the flow. Set up control towers for weekly cadence, because when a crisis happens, or even if it's not a crisis, we have seen that there is shift in channel-wise demand. E-commerce demand went up, right, by 4 times, 5 times in certain product categories and formats. Modern trade, the moment COVID is there, the footfalls drop, right? So you have demand which shifts. The demand also changed. Shubhendu explained about what consumers are, how the consumers are changing their behaviors. If the in-house consumption goes up and out-of-home consumption comes down, and consumer move from 3 big meals to 5 meals or whatever it is, a combination of big meals and small meals, first of all, is your portfolio relevant to that? And if the portfolio is relevant to that, how is demand shift pattern happening? So weekly cadence is very, very important, in which you review the entire value chain and work on replenishment as far as possible for execution. Yes, for planning, material resource, and long-term planning, you need long-term demand. But the weekly cadence is very, very important, where I would sit down in my control tower for South Asia region every day during COVID virtually and review what have we sold, secondary sale, what are the stocks with customers, what is the primary sale, what have we moved from our factories to distribution centers, what our factories have produced, and what our suppliers have supplied, right? Not going through each and every line, but there are reports that you get. So I did that myself during the shutdown because this was important. So the control tower is very, very important to have a view of the entire supply chain and then drive replenishment processes to make sure there's full product availability. The last point that I want to make is accelerate collaboration across value chain. We have been trying to create value in our company by internal efficiency, by looking at what we can do within our value chain, expand the scope, take it to your suppliers, customers, service providers, and you will find that you can accelerate value creation 3 times, 4 times, because your value chain partners have a lot of new ideas that you have never thought of. And this is what I learned during COVID. And also network with your peers in the industry, because all of us have same challenges, right? So if I come from FMCG industry, if I speak to any of the supply chain managers in FMCG industries, by and large our challenges are simpler. So why reinvent the wheel? If a person working Coke has cracked a way to deliver efficient route to customer, why can't I adopt it? So please coordinate and collaborate with your peers also to find a lot of solutions. Now I can go on, but I think I'm restricted by time of 10 minutes. So these are the few learnings that I wanted to share with you. And if you're doing all of them, very good. But if you're not, please make sure that this is understood across your organization and aligned, so that when there is difficult time, when there's an emergency, when there's a crisis, you are able to ensure that products are still available to your consumers and shoppers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pandey. I was just informed that Mr. Roy, who spoke earlier, has a busy schedule and has to be somewhere else at this point, so he'd like to take leave. So thank you very much, Mr. Roy, for joining us this morning as part of the celebrations of the Silver Jubilee of GS1 India. I'd like to now share with you a recorded message from Major General Sanjay Sethi of the Indian Army, the ADG, CNA, Director General of Ordnance Services, who speaks to us on implementation of GS1 standards in the defense sector.
We stand today at the threshold of probably one of the biggest ever AIDC implementation in the country, scope and dimensions of which are humongous. The implementation would be extremely beneficial to the armed forces and will cause a paradigm shift in management of ammunition. We have been engaging with GS1 India since 2016 to conduct a technical feasibility study. And I must say that the engagement has been very fruitful in defining the requirements for the AIDC implementation for the Indian Army. The GS1 India team has been highly professional and committed with their response at each and every step during our engagement.
I'd like to now invite Mr. Shekhar Nambi, who is currently the Director, Digital Identification and Traceability for APAC region with Johnson & Johnson for more than 3 years. Prior to this appointment, he worked for over 2 decades in the telecom, media, and entertainment sectors for companies such as Wipro Technologies, Alcatel-Lucent, and Prime Focus Technologies. Mr. Nambi. Just this for forward. We need to just point it to this.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, for the people who are joining this particular session virtually across from the different parts of the world. Today, I'm going to talk about an implementation that we did at the back of the GS1 Digital Link Standard. Primarily, this particular standard is currently something we as a healthcare industry we have rolled out. We are the first one, I could say, that from a healthcare sector to implement this particular standard. And we are piloting in different parts of the world today. And I'm just going to talk about the different benefits that we have, and if at all you are interested in terms of moving ahead and using this particular standard for your products, it will give you an idea of what you are expecting or what you are expected to do. So primarily, if you look at, I think in your products, one of the familiar sight is the barcodes what you have. We call this as digital IDs. What is this standard all about, right? It's primarily known in a very normal language as e-labeling, and e-labeling refers to connecting the digital IDs that you have on your product to information that is digitally maintained about the products. Now, in the case of healthcare industry, this could be, let's say, the electronic leaflets. It could be electronic information for use. Let's step back a little bit and move away from the healthcare industry. If you look at, products from FMCG, we spoke about the different products on the food sector, recipes, noodles, pastas, and so on. Primarily, if you look at people who are in different parts of India and they want to suddenly cook, let's say, a wangi bath or a madras sambar or a noodles or a pasta, and these are people with different languages, different parts of India, how do you provide them with that information about, preparing that particular recipe? To put that at the package, it's going to be way too complicated. There is a lot of information that goes behind the scenes. And to provide it in different languages, it's going to take a lot of space on your packaging itself. So on the other hand, if you put that electronically, one, I think you can cater to different languages. India is a land of several different languages. And also, it can be addressing to different types of your customers. It can also be easy for you to read, right? It's very difficult to read in today's different packages. So if you imagine that sort of a scenario, and if you're really looking at healthcare where you have those paper leaflets which are inside, which are typically talking about critical drug administering information, it tends to be very long, right? In those sort of circumstances, it becomes very relevant for us to use this particular solution. The crux here is that there are different formats of barcodes that are existing on the product, which can be on the product, and how do you connect that electronic information through this particular standard and having a solution at the back of this particular standard. Now, just before I move on, it could be barcodes, it could be NFC tags, it could be blockchains, it could be web URLs, whatever it could be. But the idea here is that there is a physical product and you want to provide an information, how do you do that? I think this is a very familiar site. It's applicable on the healthcare industry, but it's also equally applicable on any other goods that you might buy. Particularly in a country like India, where there are several different languages which are equally used. These sort of papers become way too long, way too complicated, way detailed. Particularly in healthcare, when you are looking for a specific information to say whether this drug is very safe to be administered to somebody with a certain health condition, it becomes extremely difficult for you to search for it. And needless to say, for people who are having diverse abilities, it doesn't come in, it doesn't help all of them, right? They need a different way of delivering such information. Also, I think, in the healthcare industry, primarily where regulatory compliance is paramount, it is very difficult to keep this up to date and also make sure that the package has the most recent update of the information. For example, we very recently, or I would rather say we are still going through the pandemic stage on the COVID-19. The vaccine itself was developed in a very short period of time. We didn't have all the insights and all the information to say what are the effects and what are the safe conditions in which the drug can be rolled out, right? And this information was evolving constantly, and somewhere while, let's say close to 7 billion population across the world had to be administered a vaccine, you need to have the most recent up-to-date information available when you're administering a vaccine, right? I think that was a good opportunity where I think industry as a whole sort of realized that the current way of providing information in a paper may not work, and you need to adapt yourself and digitally transform yourself, particularly given the fact that the 7 billion, close to 80 to 90% of the population out of the 7 billion people on earth have access to mobile, have access to high-speed information, high-speed internet. How do you make such information available digitally to them, right? That's sort of became evident and clear, and industry, not only healthcare and other industries, started realizing that there is more and more scope and more opportunity available and more ease for us to provide information electronically today. Coming to the benefits, I think, I would probably dissect the benefits into two parts. We have benefits which are for the end users, and we have benefits for the supply chain, more for the manufacturers, right? Particularly in the healthcare industry, if you look at, I think, the doctors and the patients need to have the most recent information. So from that perspective, if you look at, giving them access to all the information about the product that they need to know is absolutely paramount. For example, if there is a drug or if there is a medical device, how to use that particular drug, how to administer it, what are the conditions to be looked at, how do you report any side effects about that particular drug, and so on, becomes extremely critical, right? So those sort of information and any other additional information, you can extend this to other industries too. You can extend this to consumer industry. You can extend this to any other industry too. We spoke about, cooking recipes that you have ready to cook recipes, and how can you present that information? You can just similarly extend it to any other industry. So idea here is to give as much as information that is important for your customers, and how do you provide such information across. Secondly, how do you provide latest and real-time information about the products, particularly in the pharmaceutical world that becomes way too critical. We spoke about the situation in COVID-19 vaccine, and it was important to give the latest of the information. Thirdly, if you look at, how do you communicate messages about product expiries? How do you communicate message about any recalls that has been issued? How do you even extend it to a scenario where you want to know the drug that you have on your hand is a real drug and not a counterfeit, right? To look at verification of the drug, authentication of the drug, to identify whether it is counterfeit, even to extend to say track and trace of the drug is something you can do, with this particular standard. Also, I think lastly, we spoke about the challenges with the existing mechanism of paper-based content. People with diverse abilities cannot. Now, with the digital way of providing that information, it allows you to address different sort of customers who have diverse abilities and provide this information in an audio format, a video format, in a text format, where they can even bold their particular text. You can address it to different audience with different languages and so on, right? On the operational efficiencies part of it, which is very key for the industry, I think first and foremost, it eliminates the paper. It eases your supply chain operations. It benefits the environment. There is a significant amount of cost savings that comes in, and you're saving the environment at large. You are also making sure from a regulatory point of view, you are latest and up to date, and you are fully compliant to what the regulation is asking for, right? You can avoid any quality errors that could have creeped into your paper leaflets. You could update your digital information on the fly and make it available for people. It's going to be extremely difficult to do that on a paper leaflet. And lastly, I think, if you look at the healthcare industry, there is a requirement for us to have the paper leaflets sent across for a review, and the health authorities will need to approve it, and only then it can be manufactured, packaged, and then released into the market. So by that particular cycle, which could be anywhere between 6 to 9 months, your information can be outdated, right? So the entire process itself can be digitized. That entire workflow could be digitized, and those are some of the timeline benefits that you can achieve, right? With that, let me quickly step on to this particular section where I'm going to talk about the solution and brief and help you understand what can be done here. This is a specific implementation case study that we did, and currently we are piloting it in Singapore. And I'm also in touch with several other markets within J&J and also several other industry players to see how we can move it forward. But one thing I want to highlight here is that there were other companies who tried a similar approach, but we consciously took that particular fact that GS1 has this particular standard. And given the fact that this is healthcare products, and given the fact that we have a credo which talks about putting patients and caregivers at the forefront, we wanted to ensure that, imagine a doctor. I think, Mr. Ashish actually spoke about the number of SKUs on the food side of it, right? If you really look at that to the amount of information, for example, recipe, where to buy, ingredients, safe conditions, and so on, and you just extrapolate on the healthcare side, we are talking about hundreds and thousands of SKUs here, right? And with the languages and so on, it becomes extremely complicated for us to do this for one company, which is Johnson & Johnson. Now, a doctor cannot be burdened with similar solutions from each one of the manufacturers. So you really want a doctor to focus on giving the care to the patients and leave the technology burden outside. From that perspective, we felt that this standard actually comes in very helpful. It helps doctors and patients to, interoperate between different products from different manufacturers. And we felt that that is more important, and that's where we went behind a GS1 standard rather than developing something proprietary to J&J. A quick introduction. This is a very familiar site. Now, this is a 2D data matrix that you have. It could be any other barcodes which are GS1 standard barcodes. Typically, to ease the discussion on a GS1 2D data matrix, you have, let's say, a couple of application identifiers, right? Those are the ones which you are seeing, the GTIN, expiry, batch, lot, and serial number in certain cases, right? The most important information for us is the GTIN, which is the 14-digit number which you have. And if you dissect that particular GTIN, the middle 12 digits is sort of very key for this particular solution. The middle 12 digits, what you see, have something called as a GS1 company prefix and a product code. Now, this GS1 company prefix is anywhere between, I think, it's probably about the 7 to 8 numbers, right? And then the last ones are the product codes. The GS1 company prefix uniquely is assigned to a company, registered by GS1 to a company, and it uniquely identifies a particular company to which that particular product belongs to. And the product identifier then tells you which product in that particular company are you referring to, right? Now, what we are really doing is that at this stage, unlike your QR codes, which you can use a mobile camera to just scan, you need a separate mobile app to scan the 2D barcode or the barcode. And then decode the information that is encoded here, and then proceed forward. So from that perspective, we have developed a mobile app, which we have sort of made it available for the industry at large. But the simple function that mobile app does is to scan the different types of barcodes and connect back that particular information to a resolver, which is from GS1, right? Which then takes over, the information that needs to be provided to the user. I'll just quickly go on to the next one. If you really look at, from an overall solution perspective, what you see on the left-hand side is the barcode, right? That is your part one. You have different products. This could be from the healthcare industry. This could be from consumer. This could be from any other industry that you are talking about. But all we need is a barcode in which, in most of the cases, is already existing in the product, right? Then, as I said, you need a special application to scan this particular barcode, because today, the Androids and iOS phones cannot scan this particular barcode, and you need to decode that information and relay that back to a resolver, which is from GS1. Now, the most important part of this particular solution is the resolver. The resolver is really a smart software which is understanding the information that it is given to it, and it then knows where it should redirect and fetch that particular information and give it back to the user, right? So the user is literally scanning the barcode on the mobile, connecting that information to the resolver, and the resolver is fetching that particular information. Now, on the right-hand side, what you really are seeing are the different information that you could have. In the case of healthcare, it could be leaflets, information for use. In certain regulations, we also need to tell them the packaging materials that have gone behind our packaging component and how that should be handled, right? In India, we have the API QR code regulation, and that has a totally different set of requirements in terms of the information what you need to provide. And the use cases can be, you can extend those use cases across. Imagine a scenario that you have these many different use cases or information that you have to provide, and you have to provide it in a different languages. Doing it in the way we are doing it today may not be possible, but this solution very smartly helps us to do that. And with the GS1 resolver right there at the middle, it helps us to interoperate between one manufacturer to the other. So at the end of the day, if I am an end user, I don't have to worry, am I handling a J&J product, or am I handling a Pfizer product or any other product? I just need to have, that particular app, and with that I will be able to get any sort of information, right? I think if you are interested, these are the QR codes for the app that we have developed. What you see on the top is the QR code on the Android and Google Store. And just to help you understand how the interoperability works, I've also given some sample barcodes, one from J&J for the product that we have currently live in Singapore, and the second one is also from a company Bayer, which is for that product. So if you really want to scan, use this particular app and scan the barcodes, you could actually do that, and it will show you. And at the moment, I'm just going to quickly show a demo which will help you how it happens, right? Yeah, so this is an iOS version of the app. What you're seeing is the Scan Matrix app which you launch. It doesn't collect any information, right? It only allows request you to access, give access for the camera. And that's the product from J&J in Singapore where we scan the barcode. What is happening right now behind the scene is that the barcode is decoded, that information is given to GS1 resolver. Of course, you didn't see that on the screen, but then the GS1 resolver understands that this is a product from J&J, and it redirects to J&J where this information is fetched. What you're seeing on the screen right now is the electronic leaflet, the patient information leaflet, which talks about very critical information about how to administer a drug, right? And right now, we are also seeing this being done on a Bayer product. The same mobile app, the same way of scanning the barcode, I scan it, and now the GS1 resolver has sort of realized that this is a product from Bayer, and I will now go to Bayer and fetch that particular information and present it, right? So for an end user, the user needs to just have that particular app, leave all the implementation details for the manufacturers. You scan the product, you scan the barcode on the product, and whether it is from healthcare, whether it is from any other industry that we are talking about, with the help of GS1 Resolver and with your own software behind it, you will be able to get or provide that information to your end user, right? So with that, I'll stop here. Thanks for the opportunity to everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nabbi. I'd like to, at this point, invite Mr. Swaminathan, the CEO of GS1 India, to please take his seat up on the dais and be the chair for this session. And now invite Mr. Nakul Pasricha, President ASPA, which is the Authentication Solution Providers Association, the only association of anti-counterfeiting and authentication solution providers focused on raising awareness and helping brands implement solutions to speak on industry associations' perspective. Mr. Pasricha. Use this to go forward.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Mr. Swaminathan and to GS1 India for inviting me to this great occasion, and hearty congratulations to the entire team on the 25th anniversary of GS1 in India. I'd like to just share a little anecdote before I start. I got into the area of counterfeiting and or anti-counterfeiting and traceability about 12 years ago when, my other role, my primary role is as the CEO of PharmaSecure, which is an anti-counterfeiting and traceability company, and I'm also the president of an association of like-minded companies that looks at this issue. And as part of my role, I started looking into the problem of counterfeiting and traceability and what is being done about it. And very quickly, I discovered GS1 as an organization, and I also discovered that our office was just a short walk away from their office in Bhikaji Kama Place. So I requested a meeting with the then CEO, Mr. Ravi Mathur, and with Swami, and they very graciously kind of met, and we had a lot of sessions where we looked at what can be done about the immense problem that we face, in terms of medicine counterfeiting in India, and that, through GS1's efforts and collaboration with the Director General of Foreign Trade, India was one of the leading countries in the world to implement barcoding for pharmaceutical exports. And GS1 was really, really instrumental in that and in putting together the implementation workbooks and helping push that. So I think we all, as consumers of pharmaceuticals, owe an immense debt of gratitude to that. And then I'd like to fast forward to just a few months ago, where I was on a call where there were representatives of major pharmaceutical companies, globally, as well as representatives of donor agencies, like WHO, World Bank. These are kind of the global agencies that look at many development area issues, and they were talking specifically about COVID. And I'm very proud to say that they said that India is one of the countries where the vaccines that are coming out of India have barcodes and serialization. And I would say that is largely due to our leadership position in terms of this effort. And for that, I think we really need to thank the efforts of GS1. So I just wanted to share that India is in a very strong position when it comes to serialization and barcoding. But let me go through a few slides. I won't take up too much of your time, but I represent the Authentication Solution Providers Association. I'll talk a little bit about that, talk about what is the problem of counterfeiting in India. I'll talk about our role as ASPA in promoting standards-based anti-counterfeiting solutions, as well as how ASPA and GS1 India are trying to collaborate to bring down the menace of counterfeits. So ASPA as an association was formed in 1998. So we are going to be celebrating our 25th anniversary next year, and we're really kind of looking to learn from the tremendous event that GS1 is putting up right now. And our vision has been to be the voice of the industry, really looking to collaborate with regulators, looking to collaborate with companies to tackle this problem. We have more than 64 companies that are looking at different kinds of solutions to this. And the 4 activities that we really look at is innovation of new solutions. We look at doing research in terms of what is the problem of counterfeiting. I would invite you to visit our repository, counterfeitrepository.com. We do advocacy, trying to educate regulators and decision makers in terms of the problem, and awareness amongst consumers, which is one of the things that we're trying to do here as well, trying to make people aware of how big a problem this is and how much it needs to be tackled. So how big a problem is it? Well, we publish a report called The State of Counterfeiting in India. We've been doing it every year. Starting in 2020, we'll be coming out with the 3rd edition in just a couple of months as well. And we try and measure the impact of this. And how we do this is we look at what are the reports in media of counterfeiting across states and across sectors. And as you can see, it's been growing. So from 2018 to 2021, which is the last year, that every year it's shown growth in terms of the number of incidents that we're seeing of counterfeiting, which is an alarming problem. An average of more than 50 incidents that we see every month, more than almost 2 incidents every day of counterfeiting happening in some part of the country. The top sectors that are affected in the last couple of years, you can see some of the sectors that tobacco, pharmaceuticals, very alarming, because obviously we've also seen a lot of incidents of products related to COVID, including PPE kits, including masks, and unfortunately there was also a case of the counterfeit vaccines that we've seen. Alcohol, FMCG, those over the last year, because of some of the lockdowns, etc., you can see that there's been a marginal decrease, but that's no reason for us to feel safe or comfortable. It is still a very big problem. And currency, as we are moving more towards digital, maybe that's one of the reasons why the incidence of currency counterfeiting may have shown a little bit of a dip, but it's obviously something that we need to be very wary of. In terms of the health sector, we just released a white paper in terms of looking at the substandard and falsified medical products. What are the learnings from COVID-19? And we found that the number of incidents that we saw of spurious and substandard products increased by 47% from 2020 to 21. And what I want to emphasize is that this is publicly available data that we've looked at in reputed news media that have reported on these kinds of incidents. So it is something that is quite alarming. We observed this almost across the country, you can say. 23 out of the 29 states and 7 union territories is where we saw it. And globally, if you look at some of the data, the number of counterfeiting incidents has risen about 111% over the past 10 years. So even globally, this problem is really increasing. As an association, our members provide different kinds of tools to counter this. Mr. Nambi from Johnson & Johnson talked about, the barcoding aspect. That is something that we do as well. But in addition to that, there are many other technologies that companies are using, not just in pharma, but in other sectors as well, including things like the forensic or DNA-based technologies. Blockchain is being used, NFC, RFIDs, security inks with different kinds of features such as invisible inks that sometimes companies use on packages that they don't publicly disclose for very good reason, because they don't want to alert counterfeiters to the kinds of features. These are called covert features because they are hidden. And it is something that companies deploy as well. We do some security printing, holograms, also called OVDs, optical variable devices, mobile authentication-based solutions, such as we saw a demo, and some substrates and different kinds of components as well. We do believe in standards. Our members do look at different kinds of standards depending on the kind of solution that they offer. So for security holograms, there's a standard we have developed to ensure quality. For security printing, there's a standard. Tax stamps, serialization, of course, GS1 is a standard that has emerged globally. And of course in India as well, and that's something that we really follow. And for brand owners as well, there are some standards that are available that some of them would be following. So standards are very, very important in terms of making sure that we have a really kind of consistent way of protecting against counterfeiting, and something that can be easily translated from one place to another. With GS1, we have signed a Memorandum of Understanding, an MOU, to collaborate on tackling this very deep problem of counterfeiting. We're trying to create awareness about counterfeiting. Again, that is one of the things that we're doing here, and hopefully, my kind of brief remarks will help towards that. We jointly promote each other's the standards and the solutions that are there. We identify synergies. We prepare and disseminate materials, including articles, white papers. We're trying to collaborate more and more with GS1 because we have the same mission in terms of promoting standardization, and through the use of standards, helping to protect our supply chains and helping to protect against counterfeiting. And promoting the idea of using different kinds of technologies as well. We've already done an educational seminar, which has been quite helpful for different solution providers and different kind of stakeholders to really understand the scope of the problem. And we really hope to do much more of these activities in the coming years. So with that, I will close. And again, I want to thank GS1. I want to congratulate Swami and the entire team on this occasion. And I really appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasricha. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pasricha too has a busy schedule and would like to take leave now. So thank you very much, Mr. Pasricha, for having joined us and shared all your thoughts with us as far as the authentication solution are concerned. Thank you very much. I'd like to now invite on stage, just to take his seat, Mr. Jaspreet Bindra, who joins us and will be speaking in a short while. If you could just go into the center, sir. Please put your name tag later. Welcome, Mr. Bindra, to this celebration of 25 years of GS1 India. I'd like to invite now Mr. Shashi Sharma, who has over 2 decades of diverse experience in banking operations, real estate, client servicing, FMCG and retail, and currently is the COO of Everin India, CEO Everin India Private Limited, to speak on enhancing SMEs to expand sales channels. You're using a presentation? Yeah. Okay, so just use this to move the slides.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Everin. Myself, Shashi Sharma, CEO of Everin India Private Limited. I thank GS1 for this grand opportunity. Big thank you to everyone for attending this session. And I also welcome and thank you so much for the industry stalwarts for giving their valuable inputs. I further take this opportunity to introduce ourselves as a brand owner of India's #1 smart consumer brand and the fastest growing ISO, HACCP and GMP certified company. We are the leading exporters of FMCG and personal care products worldwide, which are products are manufactured in India and having the global standard. I'm referring to Next. Not working. Okay. Thank you. I'm referring to the slide because we have been using this G10 for our brand. We are a SME company, and when it comes to getting into this new market, each and every consumers wants the best quality product, and they refer to the brand because what we have understood in the market is the brand loyalty. If we are launching any product, some customer wants that people say that why should I buy you? Why should I buy your product? So we have endorsed, we have been a part of GS1 India, and we have implemented a barcode onto our products, which has given us a better mileage. So when we have started doing marketing of our product, we have noticed that with the GS1, with the help of GS1 India barcode, we could trace our global presence. And it was very surprising when we have started looking into data card. And if you can see this orange dots, it's our presence across the nation and also across the globe. So this was very mesmerizing that when we have come across this kind of thing, I thought of sharing this with you on this particular forum. Having GS1 and a barcode on a product helps you scale up business, what we have experienced so far, and that's what I would like to share from you people. It will scale up, it will help you scale up new heights for your future, for your business. The product in G10 always welcome across the nation, and also when it comes to scaling up your business with modern trades, without G10 you are not welcome. You need to have a G10 on your product, which will help you get your product onboarded with them very easily. And not only getting them onboarded with them, but if you have a G10 on your product, it helps you getting your business organized. Modern trade is also known as an organized trade. So when you really want to scale up your business, you need to get into your product to the crowd, to the marketplace. And the marketplace, you see, you're talking about e-commerce, talking about general trade, talking about the modern trade. Everything is worked on a organized trade market. Okay, so we heard about G10, and I just want to check. I think most of the people you are already aware of must have heard about our G10, but this G10, it's a global trade item number, which we call it, and name itself defines its beauty. When it comes to, I kept the slide. I got the slide not to show this number, this black and white number 890, but just to also show you that this is not merely a number, but this is an indispensable part of our business. Without this G10, we would have not scaled our business to this level. I would also call it as a identity to the product, basically. So like we have our identity, such as Aadhaar, PAN, or voter, or a passport. Like for our product, it is also a unique number. When you have a product, it has an identity. And Brand Everin, earned magnificent triumph with this G10 and helps us scaling up new heights till date, and we are still scaling on. It is also the most important ingredient of for the foundation of our business, because it not only boosted our business, but also helps us manage our day-to-day operations when it comes to traceability, production, and new product launches. Everything it has made easy for us, because when it comes to when we launch a new product, and when we put a barcode on the product, when we generate a barcode through a data card, and when we are uploading it, so it gives us opportunity for us to display our newly launched product with across modern trade outlets with just a click of a button. So that's the beauty of having a G10 on your product. Your product is yet to be launched, and product goes to the entire market, the marketplaces like Big Bazaar and many other modern trade outlets. On a barcode, with this 890 number, when you are having into your dashboard of our GTN platform, with this barcode you can track your artwork. The consumers can also track the designs, and you can also track your artwork, production, packaging, dispatch, consumer feedback, and many other statistics which get links to this one single GTN. As I referred about the data card, what we do with this is how the dashboard looks like. What we have been using so far. It's a cloud-based solution, basically. It helps us, one can generate a barcode, we can generate a barcode, you can generate a QR code, and then consumer drive, manage product data, update dimensions and add other attributes, updation of MRPs, uploading of new product data, just on a single platform. It also gives you option to directly publish new product, as I mentioned, to different retailers. Not only with data card, you can also track the highest and the lowest performing articles. Let's suppose you have one product which is being displayed, which is being already been sold in the market. You can track out which products are being highest seller, which products are low performing articles. So you will come to know in this season I have sold this much this product, and so you can accordingly plan your production because you will have historical data. The most important thing, because we're talking about as we are moving towards technology, this helps us in getting our business in make your business big with using the technology, because the world is coming, and world is growing, and we have to use technology when we have to grow. The old ways are gone. Now it's a new change. And I'm talking about amid COVID, we had like many challenges in terms where the entire business was shut down, things were freezed, and we had this cloud-based tool, and talking about I heard in a presentation that any business, we need to have a business contingency plan. For example, in COVID, before COVID, business were offline. People were not focused much on online. The online business shut down. Offline business shut down because of COVID. Now, the people who were not available online, they faced a huge dent on their business. It was all loss. And they could not bet in the market. But people who were already there in online business. So that is called a business contingency. Your presence is online, your presence in offline. So anything goes off, you are managing your show. So when it comes to having a data card, it's a blessed thing to have because it has helped our business to run on a business contingency plan. It was a data card self-help tool, and our team was many other departments. All our departments were able to use this data card with one other reason. Some production can use it for what are attributes are there, nobody's there to explain. Let's suppose you have running a production, and we just have to mention the GTN, and they can track it, and they can take it all the information that what is the grammage and what is the dimension and what are things can be used in on the packaging for the packaging. We also got a breakthrough in many modern trade outlets where entire system was shut, and there was lots of scarcity of the product. Like people, many business where they were not getting the products on time. So as a small SME, we got an opportunity from many modern trade because we were trade ready. I would say having a GTN on your product is being a trade ready. Many other modern trade outlets, when you go, as I told you, without GTN, they will not welcome you. Because you are not, your product is not having any identity. So when you're having your identity in your product, it's like your half of the job is done. And rest works is price, quality, and other things. In absence of GTN, I would say it was a missed out opportunity for us. As I mentioned, you can it also saves time and cost, small, powerful feature, no hassle, 100% accuracy, and no manual intervention. You just have to do one job at the beginning, and rest job is done. We have just seen the smart consumer mobile app launched. This is the older version of mobile application, smart consumer app. This is how it looks like. I would say it is the best and the most trusted source to promote your product through barcode and QR code. The most important is the only dignified, truly Indian, absolutely free of cost mobile application for feedback tools. Like suppose you need to get your product feedback, how your products are performing. You need to hire agencies to get this job done. With a smart consumer, you're getting this job done. You're having a data card premium service, you get this, because this smart consumer is linked with GTIN data card. So when you upload your product feature, attributes, and you upload your things, and when you can always encourage your customers to scan the barcode to get a feedback. If the customer is happy enough, they will give you a 5-star rating, and you get consumer feedback. Now, as one of the guests has mentioned that some of the celebrities are selling the product on Instagram. It's people, the sale is down because people don't want to see the face. People want to see the genuine feedback. They need a faceless thing. So with this data card, you don't see the face. You just see how the products are good. Because even though you buy go to Amazon and Flipkart and everywhere, when you have to buy any product, you always look for a feedback. You see how customers have behaved, and whichever products are being higher star rating, you buy that product. And also there are many things where Amazon also puts that Amazon choice, having a good pricing, well-priced product. So this is how you can get your product. If your product is having a higher mileage, higher customer feedbacks, the customers will start buying it automatically because they would know this is not a fake product, this is a genuine product. Most important thing, how not only GTIN was one of the part which has helped us scaling up the business. The most important part was this, the upcoming one. The upcoming one, it is the smart consumer drive which we have done. You see the green one, we have printed this smart consumer drive on each and every packaging of our product, which says, be a smart consumer for product brand authenticity, scan the product barcode through smart consumer app. So any customer buys your product. I mentioned in the beginning, why should I buy your product? We show this to our customer. Our product is 100% genuine. If you really feel, give us a chance. If you really feel that you don't want to buy our product, scan the product barcode. If you really feel the quality is not good, give a feedback. It will go to food safety if it is a food product, or other it will go to authorities, so that you can always have an opportunity to complain and connect with the brand owner directly. And we got many feedbacks and about the packaging. The packaging is good and the product quality. Some people also, it's not like 100% we got a feedback about genuineness. Some people also complain about something. So we have fixed that. We had an opportunity to retain our customer back from them. So when it comes to brand loyalty, you buy with the brand. This is the brand, we need to buy it. But how you become a brand? You become a brand with this, because you can scale more customers like that. So this is how our story so far. And thank you so much for listening to me. And I hope if you can implement this into your products, you will also scale up. And we are still scaling. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are reaching almost the end of the plenary session. And I'd like to invite Mr. Jaspreet Bindra, who is based in Cambridge, the UK, and heads Tech Whisperer Limited, that provides thought leadership and technology expertise around blockchain, AI, and digital transformation, to speak. With more than 25 years of business and P&L leadership, digital transformation and entrepreneurial experience across multiple consumer and enterprise businesses with global tech majors, Indian business conglomerates and startups. You'll all agree that Mr. Bindra is the appropriate choice to speak on demystifying blockchain. So, Mr. Bindra now.
Can this work? Oh, I'll switch it on then. Lovely, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. It's great being here. Thank you, Mr. Swaminathan, Subrato, and special thanks to you, ma'am. I've been a fan for most of my life, and it's fantastic to be ushered in by you. So, as we end this, and I stand between you and lunch, I've got bad news and good news. The bad news is that I'm going to be talking about a very boring topic, okay, which is blockchain. You've heard so much about it, but everyone talks about it. I'm sure it's coming out of your ears by now. The good news is that I have to go somewhere, so I'm going to make it very short. The other good news is that I don't have a presentation. Okay, so you'll only be forced to look at me. There's nothing else. So look, I'm going to do this in a slightly different way, just to kind of build up some appetite for lunch. So how many of you have heard of the word blockchain? Lovely, that's about half the people. How many of you know what blockchain is? About 3 or 4 people, which is pretty good actually. You know, most times everyone has heard of it, but very, very few people actually then volunteer to tell what it is. So, does anyone want to say what blockchain is? You can just shout it from there. You can just sit and just say, it's okay, it's a small hall, no worries. Backbone for?
Adding up a single platform.
Okay.
What else?
Good.
What else?
हाँ, may I speak in Hindi?
Hindi में please. The blockchain will remain the same.
Thank you for being part of this event. Blockchain एक टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसमें कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन आप शेयर कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन है उसका पास्ट एंड प्रेजेंट दोनों उसमें बता सकते हैं, और पास्ट से ये पता चलेगा कि वो कहाँ से स्टार्ट हुआ था, और उसके सफिक्स से ये पता चलेगा कि वो अगला कहाँ जुड़ने वाला है. इसकी मदद से ये पता चल पाएगा कि उसका स्टार्टिंग कहाँ से था और कहाँ उसका जुड़ाव है, जिसका वो इन्फॉर्मेशन हम अगर इवेंचुअली कहीं से मिल जाता है तो उसका सोर्स और उसका फ्यूचर प्रेडिक्शन हम कर सकते हैं, जिसकी मदद से हम बहुत सारे टेक्नोलॉजीज में इसका यूज़ कर सकते हैं. सॉरी,
I think we need to get him here. I'll go sit there. No, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. आपने आधा मुझे जो मैं बोल रहा था वो आपने आधा बता दिया है. But anyway, I shall carry on. So look, the thing about blockchain is it's a fundamental technology. Everyone is talking about it. And if you, for people who could understand Hindi, you would have figured out that why it is so important for the business here. Why is it so important for GS1, his business and all the other businesses, provenance, how you can trace back, how you can keep secure data, etc., etc. Things which actually GS1 is right now very much involved in doing. You see, the problem with blockchain is that unlike other world-changing technologies, the word does not explain the meaning. So if you say artificial intelligence, you basically know what it means, artificial intelligence. Internet of things, virtual reality. But blockchain doesn't mean anything. And that's why many times whenever I start speaking about blockchain, the first half of my 15-20 minutes is devoted to which cheez kya hai, what is it? Okay. There are many ways to explain it. I'm not going to get into a technical explanation. It will take 3 days. Okay, if we kind of spend going too much into detail. But a blockchain, one of the ways to think about a blockchain is that it's like a ledger. And you make entries in a ledger, and whatever entries you make are actually time-stamped entries which are there. Now, instead of a ledgers, or everyone having ledgers, now if in his business, if he's sending goods from place A to place B, there would be 7-8 parties on the way. And each one will have a ledger. And therefore, ledgers are very good, but for transactions they can be inefficient because each ledger needs to be reconciled. And so it takes money, it takes time. That's why $100 sent from US to India takes 5-7 days to come. $100 becomes $90 by the time it reaches here, because there's friction in the middle. So many intermediary parties are actually reconciling their own ledgers, and that takes money, that takes time. Now, the whole concept of blockchain, which came in 2008 after the big financial crisis and the Lehman Brothers setback, etc., was that instead of having all of these, can't we just have one universal ledger in the cloud, shared by everyone? And the entries which need to be made will be made simultaneously, and only the entry will be passed or the transaction will be said to be okay if everyone has authenticated it. Or by consensus, everyone has said okay, 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 all the 10 parties, then the entry is okay. Now what happens with this is that few things happen. One is that since it's one ledger that everyone is looking at and the entry is passing through consensus, the friction, the inefficiency becomes much lesser. And so in the remittances example that I gave you, $100 becoming $90, if you do remittances through a blockchain network, it can happen almost instantaneously. And the $100 maybe comes as $99.5 rather than $90 or $92. And so blockchain is really a new technology, a database technology, which operates in a very different way than many of the other technologies which operate so far. Many times, I personally like to think of blockchain like a kitty party. Now, how many of you have heard what a kitty party is? Now, half the people are not putting up their hands because they think it's not. No, look, kitty party is a very respectable institution. Okay, basically, a kitty party is a place where a bunch of people, usually women in India, get together, they have stuff to eat, they gossip, they have fun. But the important thing is that each one of them brings money to the table. So if there are 10 women, each one will bring 1,000 rupees. And that 10,000 rupees collected is what is called a kitty. That's why it's called a kitty party. And then there's a lucky draw. One woman wins. She takes the 10,000. Next party which happens, that woman who won is not allowed to be a part of it. So each kitty party is immutably linked to the last kitty party. Pretty much like in a blockchain, each block is immutably linked to the last block. And the important thing is this: when these women are putting 1,000 rupees on the table, each one of them is putting 1,000 rupees on the table, who are they trusting with the money? कि कोई उठा के नहीं ले जाएगा. Who? Who are they trusting? Each other. Absolutely. They trust one another. Ladies and gentlemen, this concept of decentralized trust, where instead of trusting a trusted authority, there is no bank lady or like a chief lady there, okay? Instead of trusting a trusted authority like a bank or any other financial institution, if you are trusting each other, that concept of distributed trust is the basic principle behind the blockchain. And so cryptocurrency, which is a massive use case of the blockchain, has many problems which we won't get into, but is nothing but distributed money rather than centralized money. Rather than one person issuing money, it's distributed money with everyone trusting everyone else. And the reason why this happened, as I said, 2008 financial crisis, many people thought that, the banks that we trust are not worth our trust anymore. And so they created a new financial system, which is still taking some time to happen. Now, the interesting thing is that while all of us think of this as from a money viewpoint, this concept of the blockchain can be used for any asset, not only money. It can be used for the goods he sends. It can be used for land. It can be used for vehicles. So every time you can actually you can use it for multiple assets. There are certain properties which a blockchain has which ordinary systems do not have. One is trust, as I explained to you. to hack a blockchain, in this kitty party, if you wanted to steal the money, you would have to fraud or hack all the 10 ladies. You'll have to win all of them over, not one bank, not one Punjab National Bank, every bank. Okay, so it becomes difficult. That's why blockchain systems are immensely secure, and that's the second thing, security. The third thing is provenance, as he explained. You can trace a transaction back right to the very beginning. And you can see already the GS1 starting to appear. Okay, the other is smart contracts, which is a part of blockchain which is logic built into the blockchain. If something happens, something else will be activated. If a good gets sent, LC automatically gets opened or a payment gets activated, for example. So there are a few such properties. And the final thing, which is very important from a GS1 standpoint, is the concept of data integrity. Once you put stuff on the blockchain, other than destroying the blockchain, there is no other way to falsify the data or fraudulent or make that data fraud. And so because of this, what has happened is that while the technology is early, there are lots and lots of use cases which have come in. Use cases at a company level, use cases at a country level, and use cases at a global level, planetary level. Until 2 years back, the only use case at scale was cryptocurrency. Everything else was experiment. Now, in COVID, which has accelerated everything, many of these have actually become much larger. At a company level, there are many use cases. There are use cases of remittances that I told you. There can be use cases of creating decentralized stock exchanges. There are use cases in trade finance, in invoicing, in supply chain finance. There are multiple use cases. Wherever there are too many intermediaries and you require trust and you require more efficiency, you can actually use blockchain. Beyond that, there are use cases in real estate. There are lots of use cases in pharma, which has been spoken about a lot today. Okay, especially the authentication of drugs, non-counterfeiting. Creating one source of truth in electronic medical records, for example, is another big area. Education and education loans is another big area. Identity is another area. And so there are lots of use cases. At country level also there are use cases. We are witnessing a huge power situation today because power is centralized. Using blockchains, there are ways to create models for decentralized power. And that's being done in a few places in the world. Remember, you use blockchain when you require three things. When you require trust, and when you require decentralization, and when you require traceability. And kind of, if you think about, and for example, in real estate, you can sell fractional real estate. You know, pieces of a flat to 100 people rather than one flat to one person, so decentralization. There are use cases in agriculture. There are use cases in identity like Aadhaar, to build that over blockchain networks in the future so that the security and the abuse of such systems can become much lesser. There are use cases at planetary level, at Earth level. The metaverse is a creation based on the blockchain. I'm not going to get into what the metaverse is. It's another story. NFTs, non-fungible tokens of creating digital and monetizing digital art or digital creativity, is a blockchain-based use case. The entire new World Wide Web, which is coming in, which is called Web 3, and that's another interesting discussion, which I'll not get into, where user data actually gets far more protected than in the current Web 2, is also largely built on blockchain-based networks. So all of these massive use cases are coming in. But then finally, while all of this is true, what about GS1? Now, I'm not an expert in what GS1 does. And you know, a lot of what I've said, it'll already start resonating with some of the things that you do. Some of the speakers were talking about it, and even instinctively, as I was thinking of the many things that GS1 does, and when I went to your website, okay, there were some very interesting things I saw written there. And it's quite amazing as to about the 5 or 6 things that GS1 is supposed to do each one of them corresponded to a property of the blockchain, coincidentally. So if you think about the blockchain, you know, one property of the blockchain is consensus, as I told you. Everyone has to authenticate. And building trust and product transparency, which is one of the tenets of GS1, one of the great ways to do that is through consensus mechanisms. Okay, that it's not a single person who's validating whether this is right or this is wrong. It's kind of done through a consensus of a few trusted authorities. The other thing is trust itself. As I said, blockchains promote trust. They are in engineering what are called trustless systems, which means that you don't need any other authority or trusted authority. And the linking the right product to the right information, which was the other tenet. Okay, a blockchain could be a fantastic architecture for actually making that happen. Immutability is another one, which means you can't change a blockchain. You can mutate a blockchain, because if every block is linked to every other block. If you have to change one, you have to change the entire chain. And so it becomes extremely, extremely difficult. And you know, one of the things in the pharma use cases were right medicine to the right patient, making sure that it doesn't get counterfeited, making sure that it's going to the right person is an immutability use case which can be done from a blockchain perspective. Getting the right product to the right person at the right time, making it easier to find and buy a product. By the way, all these things are on the GS1 website, okay, so I'm reading out so that I don't miss that. The property corresponding to that for the blockchain is provenance. Provenance means traceability. With blockchains, the great thing is that you can actually trace every transaction. You can do that with cryptocurrency today. It's actually more transparent than cash. People don't know it. And so they think it's kind of a dark hole or whatever. And the same thing can be done here. Increasing speed of operations, reducing weight, reducing waste is another thing that GS1 wants to do. Again, not only blockchains, but blockchains along with IoT, along with certain AI algorithms can actually do that. And finally, as I said, data integrity, which is a massive property of the blockchain, and basically, other than tracing, other than why everyone, his company, every other company trusts GS1 is, or when we were speaking about the J&J use case, essentially it's because of the fact that there's the integrity of data. Now, unfortunately today with cyber hacking, etc., data integrity is a very difficult problem to solve. With blockchains, it becomes easier. People have become smart enough to hack that also, but it's far more difficult to do. Finally, before I run elsewhere and you run for lunch, the reason that blockchains excite me is not because of the technology. I work in that, we've helped build a few things, etc. But what is interesting or very exciting is the philosophy of blockchain. This whole decentralizing thing that I spoke about. You know, when the internet was invented, World Wide Web was invented many years back, it helped us, it was a great thing. It solved many problems for us. It solved our information problem with search, Google, etc., Wikipedia. It solved our distribution problem. You know, you could send with e-commerce or sending videos or sending audio clips, etc. It solved our communication problem, rightly or wrongly, but it solved it with WhatsApp and chat and email and you know, all of these things. But there are two problems that the internet was supposed to solve, which it did not solve. One was trust. No one trusts the internet today. And the second was what is called disintermediation. Remove the intermediaries. Make everything direct, peer-to-peer. Make the small guy also big. That was what the internet was supposed to do when it was invented. Unfortunately, it's done quite the reverse. It has created even bigger people. It has created the Amazons and the Googles and the Facebooks of life. Intermediaries who are more powerful than ever any that existed. The reason why there is so much excitement about blockchain is that blockchain promises to solve these two problems. The problem of trust and the problem of disintermediation. And that's why Web3, even crypto, and a bunch of other use cases which are now coming up, still have a long way to go, actually have all these properties built in. And therefore, companies like ours, like GS1, like yours, need to start knowing about this and experimenting with this. Probably it's not the time that tomorrow morning change everything to a blockchain-based architecture. That's wrong. There are many things which still need to be solved. Blockchain is still in its infancy. Scaling problems, huge amount of problems. So we don't have the time to talk about that. But it's coming. If you think of artificial intelligence is 60, 70-year-old technology. Blockchain was invented in 2008. So it's still new, and therefore it still has many problems, but it's coming. And so what I would like to leave you with, to GS1 and to others, is that, look, this is a big fundamental shift in technology, in the way we think about technology coming, exemplified with the blockchain, and it's a good time to start thinking about it, getting knowledgeable about it, and perhaps, if possible, experimenting with it. So that's what I had to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bindra, for unblocking the blockchain and demystifying it in such simple terms. Ladies and gentlemen, we've looked at how far we've traveled. We'd like to now look at the future and the futuristic perspectives of technology, where GS1 India has a relevance to play, and we'd like to share a short video with you on this.
There are some inventions that go on to reshape the world and our future. Today, when we go shopping anywhere, we hear the familiar beep sound of the barcode scanner at the checkout counter. In fact, from the way we shop to the way we pay our bills, barcodes have changed the way we work and live. Since 1974, when a 10-pack of Wrigley's Juicy Fruit Gum slid down the conveyor belt to become the first ever grocery item to be scanned, GS1 barcodes have been transforming businesses across the world by saving time, cost, and reducing errors. In 1996, the Ministry of Commerce and Industries, along with apex trade bodies, set up EAN India with an objective to promote adoption of barcoding standards by Indian industry. It was later rechristened as GS1 India. From 5 employees, it has grown in stature and today employs over 75 people. Soon after its inception, one of the early adopters of standards was Canteen Store Department to manage supplies at unit-run canteens. GS1 India brought together retail stakeholders to address their challenges of common supply and demand chains. This is how Indian chapter of Efficient Consumer Response Movement was initiated in 1999. This started the era of collaborative commerce in India, aimed at working together to serve consumers better, faster, at reduced costs. In 2011, a study was conducted by CII and IBM that concluded that retail sector in India was losing sales and revenue on account of huge product data inaccuracies in their item masters. To minimize the losses, GS1 India launched Data Card Service to improve product data quality between brand owners and retailers through accurate recording and seamless sharing of product information, and hence avoid dependency on crowdsourced data. Over the last decade, GS1 India has initiated several path-breaking projects with inclusion of GS1 barcode standards in healthcare, agriculture and T&L sectors. The notable ones among these are APEDA's traceability system for exported agricultural produce, implementing FASTag across national and state highways to reduce air pollution and fuel consumption through automated toll collection, Delhi Excise Product Authentication System aimed at curbing spurious liquor, developed Rohini Registry Hospital to minimize insurance frauds, wagon tracking by Indian Railways to increase the transportation reliability, ammunition tracking by Defence Forces, set up national industry forums for retail and healthcare. GS1 India has set up the Data Card Center of Excellence in collaboration with Midas Labs at IIIT Delhi for developing AI and ML-based tools for improving data quality. GS1 India is pivoting to the changing needs of our subscribers and charging ahead to bridge the physical and digital worlds to improve consumer experiences and safety, make businesses more efficient, and bring industry stakeholders together to accelerate commerce and growth. GS1, the global language of business.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've almost come to the end of our inaugural as well as the plenary session. I'd like to request Mr. Swaminathan to please present our speakers with small tokens. We've got souvenirs for each of them to take back. So if we could start with Mr. Bindra, who needs to be somewhere very quickly. So we'll start with you, sir.
Good afternoon. Respected Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Srikhar Reddy, MD and CEO Fortis Healthcare, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, Lieutenant General MKS Yadav, DGST Indian Army, Director and Co-founder Canvic, Mr. Deepak Sharma, Chairman Food Processing Council SOCHM, CEO Global Branded Business LT Food, Mr. Vivek Chandra, CEO GS1 India, Mr. Swaminathan, former Vice President GS1 India, Mr. Dilip Chanai, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of GS1 India, I would like to propose a vote of thanks to all dignitaries who graced this occasion of the Silver Jubilee celebration of GS1 India. I express our deep gratitude to Dr. Srikhar Reddy for gracing this occasion as chief guest and launching the Smart Consumer mobile application, which we believe would empower the consumers to know more about the product and make informed purchase decisions. I would like also to convey our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi in launching the healthcare report on building resilience in India's post-COVID healthcare supply chain, which we believe will act as a roadmap for healthcare sector as it moves forward in the post-COVID world. I extend our deep gratitude to distinguished industry speakers, Mr. Shubhendu Roy, Mr. Ashish Pandey, Mr. Shekhar Nambi, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Nakul Pasricha, as well as Mr. Bindra for enlightening us with insights from their respective domains. I would also wish to thank all GS1 India members for the tremendous support they have extended over these 25 years, and without their support, this wouldn't have been possible. This day probably wouldn't have been possible. Last but not the least, I would like to congratulate the entire GS1 India team, and particularly I would like to thank 3 individuals who have tirelessly contributed to make this day possible. 25th Silver Jubilee is a milestone for GS1 India, and these individuals' tireless effort over the past 3-4 months have made this a memorable event. I would like to call up GS1 India CEO, Mr. Swaminathan, to extend the gratitude as well as the token of appreciations to these individuals. I would like to call Charu Khanna from GS1 India onto the dais. I would like to call Subrado De from GS1 India onto the dais. And I would also like to call Kritika from Percept onto the dais. Kritika is there. They have worked tirelessly over several months to make this day a memorable day. Thank you, Charu. Thank you, Subrado. And thank you, Kritika. And thank you once again, all the guests who made their presence to grace this occasion physically as well as virtually by taking time from their busy schedules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for this very important and historic moment. You have something to add, sir? Why don't you just come up here? Here. Here. Is it working? Here. Take this.
नमस्कार सर, मैं कार्तिकेयन सिविलाइजेशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी से विनीत हूँ और मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है GS1 के लिए कि जैसे आपने कहा है कि GS1 का जो बार कोड है दैट इज़ मच मोर ऑथेंटिक फॉर ग्लोबल प्रेजेंटेशन। हेलो, तो जैसे अभी इंडिया के अंदर मच मोर लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटीज़ हैं, तो ईच एंड एवरी SKU के लिए जब GS1 का बार कोड पब्लिश हो जाता है SKU के ऊपर, तो दैट प्रोडक्ट शुड बी ऑथेंटिकेटेड बाय दैट बार कोड, बट गवर्नमेंट अथॉरिटीज़ की तरफ से मच मोर लाइसेंसिंग आर रिक्वायर्ड। तो जब मतलब कि उसकी ऑथेंटिकेशन को और बार कोड की ऑथेंटिकेशन को और ऑथेंटिकेट करने के लिए इसके ऊपर GS1 आगे क्या मतलब कि कर रहे हैं?
Can I just suggest that this discussion can be taken offline? We've got people who are online watching this event right now, and we have to wind up to move for lunch. So you could address this privately offline. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now requesting you to please join us for lunch, which is in the adjoining room. A big round of applause for the GS1 India team and for their tireless efforts in making this possible. Congratulations to Mr. Swaminathan, the CEO, for ably guiding us and being able to bring us this day as the end of the fruition of all your efforts. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Please join us now for for lunch in the adjoining space. And we've got our guests here who can take on your questions afterwards. Thank you.